Well, good evening. Thank you for joining me on the day after. If you're catching this on the replay, make sure you give us a thumbs up, most important. And thank you for being here, subscribing, liking, and sharing. We're going to give it a little bit and let some people get in here before we get too excited. Do a little bit of work while I'm sitting here waiting. Thank you for the thumbs up, my friend Pat. How are you? Good to see you. I'm about ready to head to the office. All right. Let's make our way back to the office. How you doing today, Pat? Doing good, I guess? How's the family? All of that? Man, all this walking around my house makes me tired. I'm a mess so far, Pat. I'm not organized at all. So let me put you there for a couple minutes till I get the tripod set up, the extra battery pack for the phone, which is a huge lifesaver, having a battery pack. It's hot in here. Man, it got up to, I don't know, maybe 75, close to 80 degrees today, which is warm. Oh, here it is. I mean warm. So, winter's going to be coming, 66 there. Man, it's warm here today. It got hot. I mean, so I wore, we had to go to Walmart to buy some turkey to see if they had any turkeys on sale for Lily. And Lorelai always wants to go clearance Christmas shopping, like all the decorations. So we went to Walmart and I wore my little vest I usually wear. And man, I was like, ugh, it is hot. So I didn't enjoy that little trip. Get some. So let me get this set up. I'm going to put the phone today on this and lock it in place. That was one trick, Pat. Thank you all for watching. Got a whole bunch of people in the background. You guys don't be shy. Whew. Let me turn my little, I'm going to turn my little fan on tonight. See? 73% battery. Turn that little pupper on to cool me down. PA Outdoors, good to see you. Cheers, good to see you, my friend. Tori, good to see you. It's outstanding. Thank you. How are you? I'm trying to plug the battery in. I always like to run an external battery when I do live streams like this. But how are you guys? Tori, thank you. Everybody's hello to Tori. I'm a little bit behind here. PA, my good friend, how are you? What's going on in your world? I got my whole workstation kind of discombobbled. I had to bring in a bunch of the holiday paperwork, So, oh, there's my missing notebook. I've been listening to a couple of books and taking notes because I'm trying to run my YouTube channel better. I'm trying to become a better YouTuber. So I downloaded some books on audio to listen to. You know, and I gotta admit, I'm not a giant fan of listening to books. I'm such of a reader of books. This is the first time I've really delved into audiobooks. You know, if I was in the car all the time, I would be, yeah, all right. But the fact that I'm, you know, in the house, I don't know. I don't know if I like audiobooks. I don't know. I haven't decided. Thank you for the thumbs up, by the way. Do I look good? How's the colors? All right. That says hello. I see that. Yes. Hello, PA Dallas. Good to see you, PA. It's probably warm for you guys today, this time of the year. Pat's having warm weather. We had almost 80 degrees, which is insane. And it's supposed to be warm for the next few days. Am I too dark? Do I look too dark? Sometimes I feel like I'm dark in here. Pat, what do you think? You think I should be a little brighter? Yeah. Or maybe it's good that people can't see my face. Is that what you're saying? Dennis in the house. Hello, Mr. PAC. The LV champ. Pat. Oh, God. LV up my ass, Dennis. There's another one coming. I don't know how. My wife's getting expensive, Dennis. She didn't used to be this way. Pat and all, HEN lurkers, HDN and Mother Hubbard updates. So you think I need to be a little brighter or a little darker, Pat? That's what I'm asking. Dennis, how do I look today on your monitor? Do I look good? I don't look horrible. You know, you got to look good, you know. Let me see. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's okay. Yeah, it's not too bad. I'm looking on my iPad. It's not too bad, is it? I'm not too dark. You look like an LB. I think you're using the word wrong. I'm not an LV champ. I'm an LV chump. 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 Oh my God. You know what I could do with that kind of money? I mean, my wife has a plan. She's going to keep me broke so we can't move to Alabama. So she's not going to allow me to save up the money to pay for the movers, you know, and to get another house while we have this one. I know what she's doing. Yeah, I know you were thinking that. That's why I gave you permission to go ahead and just blatantly say it. Yes, I would agree. Dennis, I would agree. And it's only been the last little while. Some of the new girls that are influencing, I think, is around. I don't know how to reverse it. Try to trade. Oh God, I'm done, Dennis. I gotta admit, Dennis, I am done. If this ends, no, never do it again. Never do it again. Yeah, I am. I'm trying, to be honest. I'm not for sure how to do it without being a total dickhead. So, yeah, you need a 12-step program, you know. I agree. So, my words, don't seem to resonate, I guess. But, I am hardlining it for her birthday. So, it's definitely stressful, Dennis. I will say that. I don't like stressing over money, but I am. Let's see. West is in the house. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the thumbs up. where you from, what you up to. You want to tell us anything? You want to ask any questions? So, uh, I haven't seen her live either, but she did message me a couple of times, Merry Christmas and all that good stuff. I want to start calling her because I want to give her some respect. I'd like for everybody to call her Miss Nara. So give her a little bit of elevation. There are so many good LV knocks. I know. But my wife is an expert in them. And in this community of Filipinas, it's the social climbing, right? The crab mentality. And my wife's gotten that bug that she has to prove that, she's not fake. But yeah, I haven't seen her live. Maybe she's taking a break. But I have, she's messaged me a few times. I did send a message to Bai. Hang on, I'm going to brighten her room. Oh, that's too bright. Now we're too bright. Now I think we're too bright. But she has messaged me. I sent a message to Bai. I emailed her today. I know, Dennis. I know you know. I got to turn that light. Now it's too bright in here. It's blinding me. All right, that's going to have to do. I'm tired of messing with it. Yeah. And part of the problem, or part of what I've talked about, is how do you think this makes your friends in the Philippines feel, right? Meaning, we have families that are her friends that we financially give money to help out, and I don't mind doing it. $100 goes a long ways in the Philippines. We've known him forever. I do trust him, so I know him personally. Everybody, but I wonder how they feel when somebody from the Philippines has so much ungodly money in comparison, right, Dennis? So to drop $3,000 on a purse, you would never. I mean, there's people that we know in the Philippines that can't have $3,000 ever, at one time, ever, period, ever, or even over 5 years. So, yes, next are the Filipino women going to make their husbands pull out their dicks. Joe and Jenny's in the house. Joe's a member now, thanks to Dennis, by the way. So Dennis was kind enough to give us a whole bunch of memberships the other day, which allows us to have a whole lot more emojis. That's what it was. And I can tag people. I just got to figure out how to do it. So, Joe, good to see you. I hope you're doing well, by the way. I'm trying to be careful what I say, Dennis, not to get, too pissed off. But it's stressful that I will say this. Maybe here's what I'm going to do. Wrong page. Shit and butt parts. Here we go. Everybody's hello to Joe, by the way. Merry Christmas to you. Yep, we had a good Christmas. Hello, Dennis likes that. Pat likes it. Status is fleeting. It was funny. Oh my God. Say it, Mr. PAC. I've been better. All right. So Joe is probably still sick. Hello, Joe. Merry Christmas. it's all effed up to allow it. Yeah, I don't like the fact that we're not on the same financial page. I'll say that much. I think husbands and wives and couples should be on the same financial page. I think that's important. But then again, I gotta admit, I don't know a lot of people that are on the same financial page as their spouse. I've talked to a lot of couples, as you guys know. I talked to a lot of expats, and I don't know a lot of people that are on the same financial page, it seems. I really don't, Dennis. Pat, I really don't. Joe, thumbs up, and thank y'all for that. And I don't know how to get there. I've been studying on how people get there, how husbands and wives can get on the same page. And I've studied a lot, talked to people, I've heard from other people, and it's kind of like a negotiation. You got to find that thing that motivates the other to go where you need them to go. And I will say this is something that other Filipinas and husbands, expats, boyfriends have talked to me about over the years. I think I'm crooked there. Is you got to have, what's weird is there's expats like me or men like me that are married to Filipinas that I truly financially want my wife to be taken care of when I kill over dead, which maybe tomorrow. And then there's a lot of people that don't really give a shit. Like, well, if there's nothing for her when I die, well, then tough shit. But Dennis, yeah, I'm struggling with it, to be honest. It's not very easy to get there. To get where? To the Philippines? Yes, it's not easy to get. It's expensive to get to the Philippines. You cut up the cards. Well, I have the cards, but I have the cards. She doesn't. She doesn't, Dennis. That's the weird thing. They come out of here. So it's my fault. But the argument for a lot of the wives out there is like, look, I have a job. I should have a right to spend the money. Well, but you got to realize there's more to it than that. Just because you bring home $500, doesn't mean that you can just blow $500. We have obligations: electricity, food, water, the future. But yes, so what we kind of did, what I recommend, my fan. I got a new fan, by the way. You guys all saw this for $3, right? Joe would like this. Joe, you should get one of these. But I only paid $3 on clearance. But I can't, it's really powerful and it bugs me. I need a little air in my office. Here, maybe I'll do that. I need some air in my office, but I don't want a lot of air. Yeah, Dennis, yes. Nope, it's not easy, not very easy to see eye to eye as far as being husband and wife. No, it's not. That whole argument of, well, I make it, I should get to spend it. And I believe there is some belief to that, but and maybe so to a point. If you don't have any bills or have any other financial plans, and I've expressed my plans in details, and I tell other husbands, hey, you need to lay out the plan. The problem is when the little woman doesn't really give a shit about the plan. So you might have as husbands, right? Husbands come up with this plan that we know would work really well, and that's good. But it's not fun and entertaining. We come up with a business plan. They want to live a glorious life. We want to live a structured financial life. And it's been a while since we've talked. Yeah, Joe, you've been hanging out up there in the great Show Me State. So yeah, I'm glad you're joining the live stream. We've had channels growing. It needs to grow more. So Dennis made you a member the other day. If you didn't notice, you're a member. So, so Dennis, because Dennis and I've talked a lot. Dennis, as you know, the only thing I can do, is take the responsibility for myself. It's my fault that this, it is. It's my fault. Joe says, thank you, Dennis. So I'm working on it. It is getting a tiny bit better, except for the damn birthday thing coming up. Her 40, Lorelai is a very good shopper. But her 40th is coming up, so she's wanting to go a little hog wild. So Autistic Cornbread is in the house. Everybody said hello to him. Good to see you. Hello again. How are you? I'm doing good. Welcome, Joe. Bye. It's random. It is random, Joe. Joe knows that. That when you buy memberships on a YouTube channel, it just randomly is sorted. We don't get to assign them. But still, yeah. So, what do you guys do? Does anybody have advice? Pat says, hello, Cornbread. Cornbread is trying to do music again. Are you keeping your shirt on this time? I think if you keep your shirt on, you might have better luck with your channel. Just saying. So, I'm working on it, Dennis. Dennis, you and I might have to make a phone call and talk one day. I'm working on it. I'm not doing very well in my mind, but I'm working on it. So, but yeah, Joe's doing good. Pat's doing good. We're doing good. Day after Christmas, we all survived. Lorelai bought me a bunch of shit that I didn't need or want, of course, because when our Filipinas buy shit, they feel like they got to, maybe wives in general, because my brother's wife does the same. So what happens is my brother's wife, maybe it's kind of weird, she buys a new TV that's like a $3,000 TV. Well, she knows that they really don't need a TV, that it's kind of a waste of money, and it's just a want, not a need. So she kind of feels guilty. So she'll go off and spend $1,000 on my brother and say, well, I got this, but you got that. So seeing that you got that, it justifies me getting this. And that's what we did for Christmas. Good to see you, Cornbread. I don't care about style. Honestly, the shirt comes off when it comes off. If I don't want to wear it. All right, I'm just trying to give you some friendly advice on how to grow your channel and know your audience. So if you want to grow and spread your music or your message, whatever it may be, we have to stop and go, well, who are our audience and what does our audience want to see and what do they not want to see? And if that's not relevant to you, then that's okay. But if I was a musician, which I'm not, I would very much want to understand what my audience, what would keep my audience coming back. So that's how I look at that. Otherwise, you're just doing it for you, and if that's all you're doing, that's great. That's great. But it's like everything. I taught college for 25 years. I gave lectures. One of the things I tell everybody, and I've said this 5 million times on the internet, is you got to read the room. Read the room, meaning you need to know who your audience is. If I'm guest lecturing to a whole bunch of people with PhDs, I talk one way. If I'm lecturing to a group of mechanics, frontline workers, I'm talking differently. I know my audience. That's the key. I will set up a 12-step program, retreat complex for deprogramming Filipino women turning. Yeah, that's a good thing. Dennis, that's actually a good thing. We could probably market that and sell it on the internet. I could try to help, or you could do it and make the money. Scotty, right, who's living in the Philippines with Lynn, he's been wanting to do some kind of podcast together. So maybe we should do a podcast about how not to get the American women or the Filipinos to become Americanized. I don't know. But then again, Dennis, I have a question. I do. And this is a valid question for everybody. Because we talk about this a lot in the world, how the Filipinas become Americanized. But what does that mean, right? Now, what I've noticed being in the Philippines a lot is they're the exact same way they are in America. They just have a whole lot less money. So they're still showing off, trying to brag, right? Trying to say, look, my TV is bigger than your TV. I can buy more food for my birthday party than you can buy for your birthday party. It's the same thing, but it's just a gigantic financial gap. But I do wonder and worry about when you have friends and family in the Philippines and you drop, and granted, we have a not very big house or expensive house, but comparatively, our house could pay for 10 different houses, 12 different, I don't know, mini houses in the Philippines. Joe and Jenny says, hi. So, how do you, I don't know. And something interesting happened, Dennis, and I want to bring up in a second. Catch up later, Dave and all. All right, Joe, be safe. They see the excess. Yes. I don't know if it's a woman thing, guys. I really don't know. Is it a woman thing? Because American women suck in so many ways, and they're kind of the same way, right? Brag, 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 but they also want to be the boss and keep you under their thumb. So, I don't know if it's just a woman thing, because they all want, and maybe it's a maturity thing. I guess when I was 30 years old, I was in the same mindset. That's why, to be honest, I didn't mind Lorelai buying the purse, because I knew that at 30, I worked very hard and I was very excited the first time I could walk in and back then just walk in and sign my name and get a brand new car because I had such good credit. I worked all my life to get really good credit. I could afford the car. So I remember those days when that made me excited. The first time I bought my house, first house. So I understand that excitement, but at this point in life, I would never buy a new car again. Always buy used cars, pay cash. We're a different mindset pushing 60 than being in your 30s. No balls for me. It ain't 50-50 or forget it. Well, and that's an interesting concept because we've talked about this a lot lately with a lot of other people. I mean, really have. And the real question is this, because I like this topic, because I'm fascinated by it, to be honest. Let me get a piece of paper out, because I want to make some scribbles on my piece of paper. Because as an old teacher, that's kind of what I do. I write shit down. But, if we say you're going to do 50-50, what does that mean? A lot of people, me, would say, okay, no matter how much each party makes, they pay 50% of the living cost. Now, a lot of couples, a lot of people say, no, no, no. Whoever makes the most has to pay a higher percentage. So there it's fair on each person. That's one of the arguments. I don't know. What do you guys think? Has to be 50-50 to work out in relationships. Yes. I think when it comes to the relationship thing, Pat, I actually don't think it should be 50. I think 60-40 is good, man in charge. I really do I still have that mentality, and Lorelai's out of the way. She's okay with that. I make a lot of the decisions, now I got to fight tooth and nail to get them done, but I make a lot of the decisions. We do. She asks permission a lot, which I don't think that's necessary. But, so, there's still that, and Asian women are really good at understanding that. So, but getting to a budget, when you say 50-50, do you mean that if you guys have a total of, I don't know, let's just say $3,000 in monthly bills, and that's included everything, that each person should put in $1,500? Now, what if the wife makes $100,000 a year and the husband makes $30,000? So $30,000, his checks is going to barely cover the $1,500. So the question is, should he still pay or she pay half? You know? Or do you cut them some slack and the person making the more money pays a larger balance? That's the way my grandfather taught me. Yeah. Well, I didn't have a lot of good role models. I did have some, but my grandparents were very religious, and so my grandfather made the decisions, and Pauline went along with them. Now she paid a lot of the bills because he worked so much, but they had a plan for the money every month. So, and I think right now in today's world we don't have. Well, Lorelai and I don't have a plan. I have a plan. She has a plan, but we don't have a plan. But I wonder that how do you just, because I look at it going, all right, because even the person who made only $30,000 agreed and helped make the $3,000 expenditures per month. So they went, yeah, we need a car, we need a house, we need all of these things. We agreed to all of this. Now our bills each are $1,500 a month, right? So just because I barely bring home $1,500 a month, well, I agreed to that. Should the other partner pick up the difference? Should they say, well, that's not fair because now you have no money left over at the end of the week or end of the month? So is it fair to them to have to give up 90% of their paycheck when the other person's only giving up 25% of their paycheck to meet the monthly requirements? I am a little bit on the side of going, if you agree that your expenditures are $3,000, this is what you guys are doing, well, sorry, person who makes $1,500 or $30,000 a year. Yeah. Now, if there's a shortfall, the other person should pick it up. And the other person shouldn't hold that against them. So if we're doing that $3,000 a month thing, and the husband comes in and doesn't have $1,500 for the month to pay it because he just didn't earn it, not that he went gambling and drinking and whoring, but he truly didn't make it. Then the wife has a large excess of cash or money, then yes, the other one should pick up the difference. Makes only sense. But so that's one way to look at it. And the other way is the wife makes more money, so she should pay a larger percentage. I don't know. I don't know. So that's one big question. Been going on in my brain for a few months because we know people that do it both ways, and I'm surprised. And I don't know how well, and I've been watching these. I know a lot of people, right? And I got a lot of these people that are doing it in different ways. So I've been kind of watching to see how they do or who has the more stress. I don't know. I know I have a lot of stress. I did. Oh, let me switch gears. Dennis, are you still there? You're going to appreciate this one. The Chicago girl is going back home at the end of spring. We brought her down here the first Christmas she was in America to stay here. We paid for it. We took her everywhere. Too Strong is in the house. Hello, my friend. Good to see you again. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. So, she came down. We bought the airline ticket. She stayed with us. Basically, we paid everything, right? And then she got pissed that Lorelai wouldn't let Lorelai talk to her nieces and nephews anymore. Banned us from that. And now that she's being sent home in summertime, she has reached out and started to be nice to Lorelai. So you kind of know this. But we're not paying those bills, right? But here's something that I thought was funny. Too Strong, I'll get to you in a second if you don't mind. She, on her Facebook page, put the Christmas photo of her at our house from 3 years ago as to wish everybody Merry Christmas. But that was 3 years ago that she was here at our house for Christmas. So she's now using that, which I think is weird, as her thing on her Facebook saying Merry Christmas to everybody. I don't know. Face plant big time. Yes, too strong. I do want to know something. What is it? Tell me what it is. Enlighten us, my friend. Enlighten us. So, but I don't know if she did the picture thing to kind of suck up or to show off, like make people think she had a good Christmas when she's just stuck in her little apartment in Chicago all by herself, you know? Yeah, you remember her here, right? Yeah. So she used a picture from way back then on her Facebook page yesterday to wish everybody Merry Christmas, or the day before, whatever. You know what I mean. Oh no. Now, Dennis, Mrs. Pack caves, Mrs. Pack can go live in the Philippines. Because, to be honest, it has completely pissed me off. Too Strong says, I am going to the great state of Utah tomorrow. What are you going to do in Utah? You're going to go skiing in Utah? Or are you going to marry a Mormon girl? Which one are you doing? What are you doing in Utah? Utah is a beautiful state. To use them, yeah, I know. They will try. They will try. I know it's coming down the road, Dennis. I know it's coming down the road. Oh, I don't have the money to pay for the college. And you remember you said a long time ago you would pay for their college. But, yes, got mad and said, no, I don't want your dirty, stinking American money. So, but now will you not pay for them? But we only agreed to pay for college if they went to nursing school. Yep, in Park City, I'm going to snow. Nice. I'm happy for you. I'm glad you're going and not me. Going to Utah is a beautiful state, but I would never go snowing. So I know there's, what are they going to do with the expensive car? I don't know, Dennis. But I've been already laying the groundwork. No. And we're already taking care of other people in the Philippines. We are. And I'm okay with that because I got a master plan, Dennis. I'm trying to support educational-wise somebody that hopefully will come here as a nurse and bring her mom, which is Karen, as you guys have met many times on our live streams in the Philippines. And they can be with Lorelai. They can all be together in their old age. And or the backup plan is for Lorelai to go live in her house that we're going to build in the Philippines. So the money is already allocated somewhere else. Thank you. Yeah, you're gonna have a good time. What are we talking about? Right now we're talking about money. How do you manage money, Too Strong? Do you manage money at all? Do you have to worry about money? We're talking about finances and money, how to manage it, how to improve it, how not to give it away, how not to lose it, stuff of that nature. So money is one of the hardest things for us adults to deal with. As we've all learned over the years, anytime you get money, somebody's hand is ready to take it from you. 10 years old, I get it, but you still got to think about money. If you think money is not important when you're 10, then you're missing a great opportunity to learn and to know. So you need to manage your money now very well. What you do get, you need to save it, hide it, and protect it. And it's okay to lie to people and say, I have no money. So it's going to be interesting. Yes, next year. I've already think Lorelai really wants to go on a cruise next year, but I don't think we're going to do that, Dennis. As much money as we spent in 2025 on luxury goods and what she wants to do for spring luxury goods, I think I'm just going to not even think about going on a cruise because that's such of a big chunk of money. We just can't do it. I got to get enough money so we can move and get out of here. Yeah, the cruise or the LV, and to be honest, she picks the LV every day. She picks the LV. I like the cruises, and she knows that. It's one of those things, like I said about my brother and his wife, right? I got a $3,000 TV to make myself feel good. I got my husband a $1,000 watching me gadget to make me feel good. So yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, we're kind of there. I think I just got to get it out of my mind, and we're just not even going to worry about or plan for a cruise because it's truly just not in the budget. It's just not. She can have her, we're doing a baby shower. Now, look, now I'm spending money on these people's baby shower, but I agreed to do that. I said we would do that. We're going to be good hosts and put on a very nice baby shower. Not a lot of money, probably cost me $500 or so. Well, that is a lot of money. $300 to $500. A lot of food we got to buy because we're doing all the food. And we bought some decorations. We bought $150 worth of decorations yesterday online, or last night, for this baby shower. So I agreed, okay, I put that in the budget. But you got to reel things in somehow. So she's already downgraded her birthday party, luckily, because she's spending so much. She knows that she's going to have a birthday party here at the house versus renting a venue. Better name the kid PAC. That's right. Yeah. The nice thing, though, Dennis, is she's still in high school, and all we do is pay $50 a month to cover all of her school travel and a little bit of expenses. That's what they needed. Karen's family was like, okay, she has to get back and forth, and some school supplies. $50 would do it a month, so we send $50 for the kid every month. Not a bad. I mean, it's okay. Lorelai and I go out to dinner. We'll drop $60 at dinner, so we just don't go out as much. That's how I look at that. Bro, I really want to be a member of the channel. Well, all you got to do is sign up to be a member. If you got money, see, that's where money comes in. A membership is $1.99, I think, or $2.99. I don't know. So all you got to do is pay for it, and you can be a member. You can be a special member and pay $100 a month, but there's no need to do that. Oh, the new baby. I got you. Shit. Well, and we're having issues there, to be honest, Dennis. Everybody, I'm not happy with some things that have gone on, not with him, the husband, but I'm not happy with the attitude. Not happy with some of that, Dennis. I'm just not. And that's why we changed the way we did Christmas. I don't know. Dennis. I'm not happy. I'm not happy with some of this. I don't have money. See, that's why you got to get a job. My dad won't let me spend money. That's good. Your dad is a smart guy. That much, that's right. So that's smart. But see, your dad is trying to teach you, don't waste money. Don't spend money that you don't need to. Well, I know they watch our stuff quite a bit, Dennis. So what I'll say is, in this couple's relationship, I believe the female is trying to isolate the husband from the husband's world because she wants to be the controlling factor. I don't think and I think that's small-minded and short-sighted. All right, Too Strong, enjoy Utah, have a good time. Yes, it's, she's worse than a typical Filipina. She's entitled. She's a little bit drama queenish, and I think a little bit of a bully to her husband, in the case. I think just because she has a really good job in America and makes really good money, she has delusions of grandeur. And so therefore, we've gotten this vibe from her that, we don't really like you, but we understand that you know my husband. So we'll tolerate you, but we don't really want to be around you. Unless we need you. If we need you, we want to be able to, have you babysit our kid type of thing. Yeah, and he's getting them. I'm having the same lecture with him that I probably need with my wife. So I'm giving him the same lecture that I should take heart, Dennis. But now that, she's expecting in February, you kind of got to tiptoe through the tulips, so to speak. But, this person, the male, before he got married, was a big part of Lorelai and I's little family, right? We've known him and his dad and everybody when they first came to America 10 years ago, when Lorelai did. They came to America at the same time Lorelai did. They worked at the same Walmart Lorelai did. They came here, they had an aunt that lives here. The aunt immigrated them over, right? Well, then the aunt basically said, okay, you're here now, go figure it out. And threw them to the wolves. So they got jobs at Walmart where they walked and took taxis to. And they lived in a shithole little apartment because that's all they, could do. And Lorelai met him. It was that typical thing. Hey, you must know each other because you're from the same country, right? So we met him. Nice people. Super nice. His dad is a great guy. He was a chemical engineer in the Philippines. And in America, he's stocking shelves at Walmart. It came to the pass because I was always taking Lorelai back and forth to work in those early days. And there was times that it would snow, and I didn't realize they didn't have a car and stuff like that. And so Lorelai asked me, hey, can we give them a ride? I'm like, what do you mean, can we give them a ride? Sure, we can give them a ride. Why don't they have, what's going on? We don't have a car. So I wind up giving them a ride a lot, which I didn't mind. And they finally got a car, and got on their feet. They didn't have cell phones in the beginning. So the aunt kind of just threw them to the wolves without cell phones, And great guy, very humble. Dad's very humble. But we took him back and forth a lot, got to know him, spent a lot of time with him. And we've known him ever since. So he's kind of been like Lorelai's little brother because he's, real close in age, 5 years difference. Birthday is 1 day away than hers. And I like him. I trust him. But, he got married. And I can't say with confidence that this new husband is over the moon, happy. I think he's realizing, oh shit. But maybe that will get straightened out. But we don't expect anything. And this is one thing that irritates me. I don't like hearing it's kind of like the same thing with Lorelai's sister. Dennis, everybody who's listening, thank you for listening. Thank you for the thumbs up. Don't be shy in the background. It's kind of the same thing. Lorelai's sister kind of came up with this crap. Well, we don't want you to pay for the kids' education, but we do take the new TV and the washing machine and anything else you want to give us. But we don't want you to pay for the education because we don't want to be beholden to David. We don't want him to hold this financial crap over our head. And this really kind of irritates me, Dennis, because that is not my personality. My personality is not the type. If I give somebody something, I give it, and I'm done. I don't think about it again. I don't worry about it. It's not my business. If I give you something, that's it. It's just the way it is. Because I saw growing up where my dad was a user, and my grandparents were really my step-grandparents who kind of raised me. My dad was always asking for money from them. Borrow this, borrow that. And so then my dad and his mother, or his mom, his wife, sorry guys. My dad and his wife, Jamie, would get pissed off because the grandparents would say, well, what did you do with that money I gave you last week? And my caution tale is this. One, don't borrow money from people, right? Pay for things on your own. But two, if you're going to borrow money from somebody, then that somebody has a right to ask you, what in the hell are you doing with that money? They do. If they give you $100 to go buy groceries and you're out there drinking beer, they have a right to say something about that because they gave you the money. So, and I understand that. That's why I'm very careful about what I do. But when I give something, I don't think about it again. So I don't like this whole thing, oh, David will hold this over my head. Pat says, be the same way, Brother David, you're right. Thank you, Pat, agree. That offends me, but whatever. Now, apparently, and so, I don't know. And so, we had plans, which they knew about way in advance, right? Had it scheduled, and then we found out that she arranged her own dinner the night before. So I messaged him and said, look, I recognize that you're having dinner. You don't need to come to our house tomorrow as planned to have the same dinner. I recognize you're having dinner tonight, so you don't need to come here. I don't need to make you eat 2 dinners. I'm not forcing you to come to my house and eat dinner. You guys said you wanted to join us on X amount of day to come and have dinner. But now you're doing that special dinner the night before. If you don't want to do it with us, then just say so, or we won't invite you anymore. It's okay. So that, that irritates me because I'm just like, and so I canceled Christmas dinner and did it differently because I'm not going to wait on anybody anymore. I'm not going to worry about it. So that kind of offended me, Dennis and Pat, everybody and watching. Kind of has irritated me a smidgen. Maybe I don't have a right to be irritated, but I am. Well, yeah, they could have invited us to their house, but she chose not to, right? So they could have said, and it could have been that way for Christmas or Thanksgiving. Hey, look, instead of doing it at your house, why don't we do it at my house? We would have said, okay, less work for us. But traditionally, we've done it here. But now that she's married, she has to take, I told Lorelai, people like this have to take control of the narrative. So they have to be driving the bus. They can't go along for the ride, they got to drive the bus. Whether they got to take the bus in the wrong direction or not, they don't care. So, but when I saw them posting that they're having this special dinner, I'm like, well, why? Don't come here tomorrow then. That doesn't make any sense. Why would you eat 2 dinners? I just, She did. She did. And I recognize the middle finger. I may not be smart man anymore, Dennis. I may not be a smart man, but I know what the middle finger is. So, so I get it. All right. Now they came over the next day, but it's just kind of like, and I'm sitting there thinking, well, I don't know why we're doing this, And so we were all supposed to do the same thing for Christmas. I canceled it. I said, no. You guys just go do you. If you want to, we're going to go eat at this buffet. If you want to tag along, you can. We had another friend that came along too that didn't have anybody to eat with. So I told him, I said, here, we're going to eat over here at 4 o'clock. If you guys want to join us, this is where we'll be. And that's it. See ya. We swap presents as always. But now, granted, she's never thanked Lorelai for her present, even though we thank them tremendously for ours. So that's offended Lorelai today. Lorelai's realized that she's never said, oh, well, thank you. The husband said thank you for giving that to my wife, but she has not. So, kind of frustrated with people at the moment in time. Not super frustrated, kind of frustrated, I don't like games and I don't like bullshit. So, we're going to put on a really great baby shower. It'll be a very nice one. I'm going to live stream it. Because that's what Lorelai and I do. When we say we're going to do something, we do it. And we do it to the best of our abilities. That's not right, Brother David. It's not. It's not. Whether it's jealousy or arrogance, I don't know. The thing I don't know is whether it's jealousy or arrogance. Or stupidity. Maybe, but she's an educated woman. She lived in other countries. She comes from a wealthy family in the Philippines. So I don't know if it's ignorance, meanness, arrogance, stupidity. I don't know what it is, why that behavior is there. Hold on, everybody. I got to get something over here. I needed to get my footstool. I needed to get my footstool. So, Pat says, same here. I do not play games. Don't like the bullshit either. So, I don't know. And to be honest, I told Lorelai today, I'm not going to waste a lot of energy on it. We're going to do what we said we're going to do. We're going to do it to the best. We got a lot of people coming here for them, not for us, for them. He is a good guy, no matter how bad the female is. The male deserves, this is his first child ever. So Elvis is in the house. Hello, good to see ya. How are you? Thank you for coming in. Where you been? Where you been? What you doing? So we want to make the birth of his child very special for him. That's one thing Lorelai and I both agree upon, is that we want to make him, his experience having his first kid, special. Whether it is for her or not, no. She can take the ride along, but we're doing this kind of for him because he's been good to us, and he's excited about having a baby. Elvis is in the building, Pat says. Thank you very much. Good to see you. Elvis says goodbye. All right. Well, goodbye, Elvis. Take care. I hope you do well. And Elvis, if you were still alive, you'd probably be in jail, I hear, in this day and age for underage women, underage girls. So there's a lot of evidence now coming out that maybe Elvis had a proclivity for underage girls while he was living in Vegas at the casino and singing all those years. So he'd probably be in jail like Bill Cosby. Doggy's in the house. How are you, Doggy? Good to see you. What are you up to? Hello, DB from Pat. So I'm a little bit out of shape, but I'll get over it. You know, I got too many other problems to worry about than to worry about that dynamics. We're going to do the best we can, and we're going to let the chips fall where they may. Doggy boy, how are you? Good to see you. What are you doing tonight? I changed hats. Look at that. I didn't even realize I changed hats. But we all, you know, and I do end of the year financial accounting. I don't know if you guys do this or not, but every year here soon, I will sit down. Probably actually next week. Oh, I got to go see it. I got to go have an MRI done next Tuesday for my back. I got to, you know, I tell you guys, it's like somebody's having a party across the street and they didn't invite us. So, shameful. Neighbors are having a party and they no invite us. Maybe I'll blow this up so you guys can see my beautiful face better. Doggy still busting by? Oh, that's a good question, Dennis. I forgot about that. Doggy, we got reports the other day from multiple sources that you were not very kind to buy. So, I think Dennis is saying, why would you be that way? Have you apologized? Do you feel like you did something wrong? Or do you not? That tells us a character. When, and this is kind of like with this couple that I'm talking about. I could jump on their shit. I could really lay into them and explain to them how the cow eats the cabbage. But I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I'm not going to attack a female. I'm not going to do it. So, I'm just going to kind of just let it be and let it go and do what we do and see how the world comes out. Now, I'm not going to attack my wife either, even though we're not on the same page on things. So, but I'm going to try to get her and I on the same page. I just don't know how to do it. Her sister, she's not going to be on. She's not even going to be in the book. So we're not putting Lorelai's sister in the book. So, I did email Bye today. I have her email address, so I didn't check my email yet. By the way, if you don't know, I know there's not a lot of us in the house, but this live stream could be brought to you by Brisk Lemon Iced Tea. If they would pay me money, it could be brought to you by them. And I am selling topless photos of myself. If anybody wants those, I got a whole stack of them printed up, ready to be mailed out. It's good tea. It is. It is. I got to lose a little bit more weight this coming year. You know, I've been stuck at 280 for the last 3 or 4 months, which is understandable, I guess. You kind of plateau, but I need to figure out how to do better. But you know, when you're in so much pain, it's kind of hard, right? Pat knows this. So, but you just do the best you can. So I need to work on that. I got a lot of stuff I need to work on. But what I was saying is, I do a financial analysis every year. I've been doing it since I was in college. I sit down and I look at my books, figure out how much we wasted and where we can improve, and we try to do that. Where I can reduce this, where I can save that. Are we just wasting money on eating out so much? So I cut that back. We were, you know what I mean? That's what I do. I think I recommend that to everybody. Missy's channel is in the house. Hey, what's up? Hope y'all have a great Christmas. We had a good Christmas. We did. How about you? And thank you for being here. Missy's channel is a great channel, by the way. We had good. You know, my wife got very special LV purse. Cost enough to buy a house in the Philippines. So she got that. I got a couple pairs of insulated pants. I got a watch. I got a couple of watches for Christmas. So that was cool. That was very cool. I got some really nice watches for Christmas. So Pat says, Merry Christmas to you. I went on and see all the Christmas lights adventure. Cool. Yeah, we've done, we did a very special one this year that we have a video on. Up in the Ozark Mountains. That was really cool. And we've looked around, but we've been to all of them here. The one we went to this year was new for us, but the others we've been to. And I gotta admit, I am one of those people that once I've been there and done that, I've been there, done that. Tim is in the house. Good evening, Tim. But Christmas trips are fun, you know, as long as they're not too cold. It winds up every time we go to be so damn cold. As my wife said the other night, I needed pants that would keep my nuts from freezing off. So Tim is in the house. Tim, good to see you. Everybody say hello to Tim. Tim, did you notice I made a modification to the YouTube channel name because of you, Tim? Because of you. I made a modification. Did you say that? Did you notice it? We're going to give Tim credit for that. Tim says, hello, Pat. I even went to the rich neighborhood to participate in silent lights for the... Oh, that's cool. Yeah, we've done that too, you know. I cleaned my glasses, but I think I made them worse. Bye, sweet 40. Miss Bye is in the house. How are you? I think I sent you an email earlier in the day. Hope you got it. If you didn't, check your email. How are you? Merry Christmas to you. How are things in the Philippines? Dennis, I think, is in the background lurking. He was asking earlier about you in a roundabout way. So how are you in the Philippines? Are things improving? We heard that somebody was not very kind to you the other day. We all discussed it and decided that it was shameful that that person was not very kind to you. Dennis says, wow, Mother Hubbard in the house. Hello, bye from Pat. So how was your Christmas? Did the kids get a kick out of Christmas this year? Yep, I changed it like you said, Tim. I thought about it and thought about it, and I said, I think Tim's just right. I think it's the same thing. All it is the words are abbreviated, and it's been going along. It goes along with our marketing of PAC for the last couple of years anyway. So I thought about it, and when I think Tim is right, I think it only makes sense. Dennis says, we bitch slapped Doggy. We did. We kind of laid into him. He was here a few minutes ago. I think he ran away because we asked him, a question about it. I'm okay, just a little bit tired. Didn't go home late last night. Merry Christmas to you, Puppy Dennis. All right, good, because we don't like what, we don't condone that type of behavior. It's just not appropriate. It's not necessary. It's like, I know a lot, I don't know. I just don't see why people fight with women. I don't get it. Or men. I don't get why men want to have drama with women. I just don't get it. I don't. Doggy is still your friend? Good. I just hope he behaves. When is the wedding, Miss By? Dennis is asking you when the wedding is. So that's a good question. Yeah, and we would never tell you, By, not to be friends with somebody. We just felt like that maybe the young man, Doggy Boy, could use some wisdom from older, wiser men. Because sometimes I believe it is the responsibility of adult males to teach other males how to behave, what's appropriate and what's not, how to have respect for yourself and respect for others. So that's that's where I stand. I think respect goes way. I mean, you can't, and it all starts with you. If you don't respect yourself, how are you going to respect somebody else? So we have to respect ourselves. It's like I was on I watched Bud Brown's video today. If you guys haven't seen it, Gloria, Bud Brown's wife, was upset. They did a video today, and Gloria was very upset because of some of the conduct of what she presumed to be Americans, or she knew they were foreigners, but she thought they were from America, about how much cussing and their bad behavior at McDonald's. So, and I told them, I said, that's because they don't respect themselves, therefore they can't respect their environment. Younger men should know better. Well, they should, Tim, you would think, but I don't know, maybe you're wrong on this one, Tim. I think the young generation don't know better. I think your generation, when you were a young man, you were taught from the ground up better. But in today's world, I don't think that happens. I think mom and dad are gone and nobody's teaching them anything. The schools don't teach them anything, except for it's okay to have multiple sexes, which is not. You're either boy or girl. So maybe that's the problem. Nobody is teaching them. So that's where, and I tell people on here, whether you like it or not, I'm going to do that. Doggy says, you bitch slap me, you probably in a walker. I'm in a walker? No. Sometimes I don't have a walker. I debate. They got some really cool ones out now that kind of are taller and really helps people walk really well. They're really cool. But I do use a mobility scooter, if that's what you're referring to. But I do use those. I need a new one if anybody wants to buy me one. It's about $2,500. I do need a new one really bad. So, but education doesn't always make people smarter. It doesn't. It doesn't. So, Roof Doggy. I already am. That's it. So, yeah, it's all right, Doggy Boy. We feel bad for you. We're hoping that you learn a lesson. You treat, women better. We've talked to you about this before. And I think deep down you're a really good guy. You just need to let the goodness come out. It's like me. I'm an asshole. And sometimes I got to let the goodness come out. Sometimes he cannot control his mind. That's not acceptable. Now, I want you to understand this. This is bullshit. It's not, no. I'm going to have to call bullshit. To say I can't control my mind because me personally have PTSD and I have issues. We all have mental health issues, whether it's PTSD or bipolar or whatever, or we've been abused. We all have issues. But we can't use that as an excuse to treat people badly. We can't, because we all have the choice to do that. And if you're having an episode, then don't be around people. So, and I think people have to suffer the consequences of their actions, or they keep saying, oh, it's because I experienced this as a kid. You know, it's because my dad didn't love me enough. Whatever. No, get over it. Suck it up. Suck it up, buttercup, and do the right thing, because the right thing's the right thing to do, and quit using effing excuses. You know? He's a good guy. I think he is probably a good guy. I just think he needs to grow up. Henry and I are still friends of him. Okay, that's all right. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not telling you not to be friends with him. I don't disagree that he's probably a good guy. But we had a talk with him about, because he brought up the fact that he likes to treat women like he's their pimp. And that's unacceptable in our world. That's why I live alone, Tim says. That's right. Pat says, hello, bye. Hi, Pat. Good to see you. How was your Christmas, Poppy Dennis? Yeah, Dennis, how was your Christmas? So, how was it? I'm really glad Christmas is over. Now, I got to admit, I'm really, really glad Christmas is over. I really am. I'm not a big Christmas fan. I'm just not. You know, I can live without it. It's just not that big of a deal to me. So I'm kind of glad it's over. Now, Lorelai's having girls. She's going to a party tomorrow. And then on the 1st of November, no, 1st of January, they're having a pajama party, I think, here at the house at 1 o'clock, a dancing pajama party. I think I'm going to live stream that because that should be funny. And then after that, Christmas is over. We can declutter the house, get it back to normal. But then we got to turn around and get it ready for a baby shower on the 10th. So the 1st, she's having a pajama dance party. On the 10th, we're having the baby shower. So we got a lot to do, you know. And then after that, that's January. Their baby's supposed to come in February. And then in March is Lorelai's birthday. So my winter spring is all shot to hell. But that's what we're doing. A lot to do over the next couple of months, whether I want to do it or not. So, but what are you going to do, right? I'm trying to find some fun things to do in there, but I haven't seen anything fun to do in the next few weeks. I just haven't done it. I can't see it. I don't anticipate. I don't like some of the girls that will come over on the pajama party thing. I think they're fake, and I don't like fake people. I can tolerate them, but it doesn't mean I gotta like them, right? So, I think I don't know. They all have ulterior motives, which I guess is normal. But what are you gonna do? The baby shower has already been, Lorelai has put a cutoff date on the baby shower. So they have until tomorrow, I think. If you don't reserve to come here for the baby shower by tomorrow, then you're not invited. So we've had to put a cutoff list on this baby shower. And what's funny is, and you know, I just tell it the way it is. We are providing all the food for the baby shower. So none of the Filipinas have to bring any food. So we have 35 people already signed up for the baby shower. They're supposed to bring money to donate to the baby. So the baby, because it's going to go into a college fund, a 529 college fund. So we've told them instead of in lieu of bringing gifts, like diapers and diaper bags and all that bullshit, they got all of that. Just bring cash, and we're collecting it and putting it into a 529 fund for the education of the child. And we are covering all the food, so nobody needs to bring any. So once you tell them the food is free, they start signing up. You know, so we got quite a few people already signed up. So they have to confirm, I think, by tomorrow who's all coming for the party. And then we've already ordered decorations and stuff. And Joe and the father is going to be joining us on that Saturday to come over and decorate before the party. So that's a good thing. You have to agree on that, bro. Yes, Pat. You know, and we are Dennis. Dennis will appreciate this, and others. Pat, you know, Bai will probably appreciate this. But we are putting a guardian on the food. We're going to put a guard like on the food so nobody packs it up, steals it, and takes it home early. Because, you know, I guess they had another big party the other day where somebody started packing up all the good food while people were still eating, and the party was early and taking it out to their car again. So, and we have a rule at this house. We don't mind we give the food away at the end of the day. But our rule is nobody packs food until everybody's eaten. Rule number one. We're not doing that. I did that when I was at the college, and I put on these extremely large conferences and hired caterers, exact same way. Everybody had to eat first. That is so effed up. It is. So we're going to be guarding the food on, which is sad. Dennis, I mean, it's just sad and crazy. But it's a baby shower. We're going to pull it off. It's going to be fun. I got some surprises in tow. We got to do a lot of house cleaning by then. So if anybody wants to come over and help us clean house, you can. I will not allow it out of the house. Yeah. The only problem, Dennis, with that is I have a phobia. I don't really it's not really a phobia. But I have a thing about food that is sat out all day. I don't eat food that's been out on a table for hours. I don't do it. I might give it to my dog, but I'm not eating it. So I don't want the big batch of pancit that's left. I don't want it. Take it. I don't want it because I'm not eating that shit. Give it to the poor. Yeah, and and there's no poor here. Trust me. It's one thing, you know, I've explained to Lorelai, is nobody living in Northwest Arkansas where we live, none of these Filipinos are poor. They're not. Now, their husbands may be super tight with money and not give them a lot of money to go blow, unlike me. But they're not poor. They're not poor. We live in a very rich area. We're probably the poorest. Financially, certainly. We have a whole host of them that are retired military, and they have multiple jobs. They make good money. So we don't have any poor here. And you can tell that by all the jewelry, the fake jewelry, and the fake purses they all carry around. So, yeah. But I have a thing about I don't want product, whatever it is, sitting out all day long. I won't do it. Never have. Long before, I've been in the Filipino community since I was 18. And I've had this rule, I guess, all my life. I see that shit sitting out at picnics and parties, and they just keep eating it 4 or 5 hours later. And I'm just like, oh my God, I would kill over dead. So this year, and I think maybe the key, Dennis, is not to, but I want to get rid of it. But we're going to try to scale it down so we don't have a lot of extra. So the key is to try to manage it, which is hard with the Filipino party because they like to just, but then again, since we're the only ones providing the food, us and the host, the couple, the baby couple, they're bringing some dishes. Other than that, we're covering all the food. So we're going to dictate the menu, and we'll just have to kind of see how it goes. Sell it to the reduced rate. That's right. There you go. There you go. That's a good plan. As they leave, coming out the door. $1. Oh, maybe this, Dennis. Maybe we should just sell them the Ziploc bags. Maybe that could be my entrepreneur, my side hustle, right? I could sell them the Ziploc bags to scoop the food up with. So, you know, oh my God, how pathetic, right? It's just pathetic. We're all pathetic. I'm telling you. I'm pathetic, everybody. You know, whether you like me or not, I'm pathetic. So, one of my big deals. Yeah, money's going back to the Philippines. Tell them we're gonna ship the Philippines. We're gonna ship all the food to the Philippines. I don't know, Dennis. It just, if it is something that rubs me wrong, and I'll tell you the story partly why it really does rub me wrong. Some years ago, when I was putting on these large conferences at the college, and I'm talking about, well, not large, you only had like 300 to 500 people. And I would hire an outside catering source to come into the college and do this. Well, what really pissed me off was all these people paid money to come to my conference. They came money to listen to all of the speakers, right? They came there to go to the workshops. They spent money. Now, it was cheap money because we made it cheap. We had financial donations, or we had sponsors. So it only cost $20, $25 a head for all-day conference, which is a really good deal, but we had a boatload of people. And what pissed me off was I caught our college police department eating the food the caterer brought before my guests got to eat. And I blew an effing gasket. I went ape shit. You know, so they went over without asking my permission and got food out of the buffet line and took it back to their office. Pissed me off. And I lit a fucking fuse like nobody could believe at that college. You know, I accused them flatly of stealing food. Pissed me off. They never did it again either. Sell the bags and rent the spoons. Jamie's in the house, Miss Avocado. Merry late Christmas, y'all. How did your recipe turn out? Oh, it turned out good. My, one thing, I keep forgetting what hat I was wearing, but I guess I don't need to wear a hat. My puck pastry turned out pretty good. I made one mistake. Can you believe that? I made a mistake. Hard to believe, right? Everybody say hello to Miss Avocado. The puff pastries was really good. The filling was outstanding. I shouldn't have put the chocolate on top. I should have just drizzled powdered sugar on it and it would have been 10 times better. So I learned that that combination doesn't need chocolate. Powdered sugar would have been great. Tim says, hello, Miss Avocado. I'd be pissed off too bad. Yeah, well, it pissed me off. Trust me, man. You know, pissed me off big time. Because they didn't pay for that food. You know, the people that attended the conference paid for the food, not them. And I guess maybe I'm a hard ass. But look, now, and what happens is at the end of the day, when lunch is over and all of my guests have eaten until their bellies are full, I pack up the food and give it away. We give it away, but that's after the event. We give it to the students, anybody walking in the hallways. So all they had to do is wait a few hours. Pissed me off. Made me mad. So I went to the college president and was pissed. And I was raising scholarship money, and I came to the point where, look, I'll just stop this. I'll stop bringing all these people to the campus that we can recruit for classes and taking in scholarship money and just be done with this bullshit, because this is ridiculous. Miss Avocado is saying, hey, ya, Tim. Good to see you, Dennis. Dennis is saying, hello, Miss Avocado, Jamie. Jamie, how you doing with the new baby, the baby in the tummy? We're doing a baby shower here. You want to come? We're having a baby shower on the 10th. Did you know that? And we're having a girl baby shower, a pink baby shower. So, get my camera a little bit. You guys can see me. How mad did you get? Yeah. Yeah, you know, I don't know if it's going to be fun or not. We were just talking about how we got to guard the food from the Filipinos, you know, stealing the food before everybody gets to eat. But It'd be good, you know. I don't mind it. I think you know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I was hoping to go to like the Cabela's for the day. I thought, man, that'd be a good day for me to just go somewhere else. But I got, you know, I better stay here and guard the food. So, but yeah, we're having a baby shower. We ordered a whole bunch of stuff on Amazon yesterday. Decorations, cupcake tray thingamajiggies. We've got the baby cake ordered and the cupcakes. We got to go to Sam's Club real soon after the new year and get a bunch of frozen shit, you know. She's doing good, taking Bruce to the conservation area tomorrow and have a picnic. It's supposed to be a beautiful day and great weather. We were in the, I think, low 80s today down here. It's 75, yeah, it was warm. It was a warm day on Christmas. It was. And it's going to be warm for the next week or so, it appears. It's been a strange winter so far, but what that means is probably sometime in January, February, or March, we're going to get our butts kicked. So Mother Nature, you know, Mother Nature does what Mother Nature wants to do. And we're not out of the woodworks. I know days like today, you kind of go, man, summer's here, spring's here, yay! I did get lucky today. We had to go to Walmart. Well, we didn't have to. We went to Walmart so my wife could clearance Walmart shop. She bought, I don't know, $80 worth of reduced Walmart Christmas decorations. But I got lucky. She only spent that much. But two, I found two turkeys at 50 cents a pound. So I got two really big turkeys at 50 cents a pound, put them in the freezer. I think I have enough turkeys to get through the year for my dog Lily. It was in the upper 90s here for Christmas Day. Yes, I think, yes. I think our year in the Philippines at Christmas, I think we had no power or water. It was hot as hell, but I don't think we had any electricity or water on Christmas Day. So, Zaba goes, no one threw me a baby shower for Bruce or this baby. Kind of sad, but I'm checking resources to get her close. Yeah, well, we're doing something a little different for this shower, to be honest. The couple that's having the baby, they don't want or need people to bring them diapers and clothes. They have that. So what we're doing is collecting money for them for a college fund for their kid, a 529 fund. So everybody's coming supposed to bring cash, not a present. And then we're going to put it into the 529 fund. And we're covering all the food costs. I don't have water today. Uh-oh. Pat says 66 degrees tonight here in Columbus, Indiana. Feels good. Yeah, I would, you know, I mean, I know a lot of the thrift, I like thrift stores. I don't know about you people, but I've gotten some really good shirts at thrift stores, places like that. Outlet places, you know. Here where we live down here, you know, the home of Walmart, we have what they call vendor sales. So, like, let me give an example. Mohawk, they make rugs. So about once a year, they have a sale on outside their storefront, their office. And they put all these merchandise, demos and all this stuff out there for pennies on the dollars. And there's other ones that does clothes for kids and adults, all kinds of shit. So they call it vendor sales. But you never know when they're going to happen and which one's going to be. They just kind of randomly pop up. I belong to an email group. So we've done that a few times. But baby clothes can be really expensive, you know, really expensive. Well, you can come join our baby shower. We'll have plenty of food. So we're doing that on the 10th. I'm going to go do an MRI later next week, get that over with. So, but yeah, I can't think of any good resources for baby clothes. Only, we like Goodwill stores, but Goodwill's gotten expensive. I don't know if anybody's noticed this, but Goodwill has gotten expensive. Oh, by the way, thank you all for the thumbs up and all of that good stuff. Thank you all for that. I forgot about that. Thumbs up. And thank you for all the chats. It helps YouTube like me. If YouTube likes me, then it helps. Pat says, I'll be right back, folks. I got to go find the porch. Pat lives out in the country. He's got to go find the porch. So, Jamie, did you get anything exciting for Christmas? No, you got a washer and dryer. Didn't you tell me that? You got a washer and dryer? That's pretty nice. I don't know. I have issues with my dryer. My dryer doesn't dry as much as I would like, and I know partly why. And I need to experiment and do something, but I'm not happy with how good my dryer is a better dryer than the way it behaves. Washer and dryer last month, yes, that's a good thing. We live in a house, and I hate it, and I would try very hard never to do this again. But I live in a house where my exhaust in my dryer doesn't go straight out, it goes straight up. And that's the worst design for exhaust of a dryer, because you got to shove all of that moisture out versus this way. And so I don't like it. And I'm not happy. I will, when we move again, if I can ever get my wife to agree to move, or to get excited about moving to a cheaper place and warmer weather, where we can be singing Jimmy Buffett and drinking margaritas and going fishing on Saturday at the saltwater river or lake or ocean or whatever the hell I'm talking about, then we would definitely, I need a bigger laundry room for one. I always do the laundry. I get stuck with it, and we got a little bitty laundry room, which drives me crazy. So I'm gonna, one way or the other, find a house that has a big laundry room or one that I can convert into a laundry room. But I'm definitely gonna make the dryer vent go straight out the side of the house. Man. But I'm getting ready because I've been, my dryer has a steam and refresh on it, which means if you need a steam clothes, it's hooked up to the water. My dryer's hooked up to water. And you put it on steam, and it will steam your shirts. You get all the wrinkles out of it using mist in the tub, and it dries it. So I'm kind of thinking what I'm going to do is turn that off. I'm going to go back there and turn that nozzle off and see how well the dryer, if it improves, because maybe there's just too much moisture coming into the dryer and it takes it longer to dry. But I truly believe it's because the stack goes straight up instead of straight out. But having a good washer and dryer is fantastic. I mean it. I need a work table. In my laundry room, my dream laundry room has a sink, the laundry units, and a work table, and a ceiling fan, and a bunch of hanging things. So I want to make a big laundry room. Pretty pathetic, but when you get older, there's just certain things that you go, it'd be really nice to have. And a big laundry room, square footage wise, would be really nice to have. Pretty sad, right? I would like to have more square footage in our master bedroom too. But bathroom too is kind of small on this house. But what are you gonna do, right? You just the first world problems we bitch and complain about. You want an AC rack, a rack for the arm candy. That's right. When's the next shipment of arm candy coming in, Dennis? So, Miss Avocado can be she can be the pregnancy avocado, the arm candy. So, she's close to having her baby. But, pretty sad, Dennis. How pathetic if I am. I'm such a manly, studly guy. Mean, tough, badass guy. And what I really need is a big laundry room. And we need a room. The ideal thing is in the next house, since we don't like people, I want a house that has a master suite or a big mat and another bedroom real close to it. Because I'm going to, I do need to put in a handicap bathroom. I'm gonna need that down the road. So I want to be able to redesign the bathroom and turn it into a larger, easier, handicap accessible bathroom. I want to take the second room and turn it into Lorelai's closet. A regular bedroom, cut a hole in it, put a door in it, turn it into Lorelai's closet. And all of her shoes and clothes and purses can go in there. Because we don't have enough space. She will have more than a mother's husband. Yeah, I think this is her third technically, right? So she asked, this will be the third. She's going to name it David. Did I tell you that, Dennis? She said, yeah, I'll name my baby girl David, and why not? Sounds good. So I try to get the people that are having the baby shower to name their baby David, and they want to name it after their mothers. Okay, this is weird. All right, I'm going to tell you weird facts. Yep, I had Bruce in January 2025. Then in August, I found out the Lord wasn't done, so having the baby girl in April. See? Yeah, I would call her April. Yeah. I had a student named April, May, June. Did you know that? I literally had a student. Her name was April, May, June. What kind of hippie shit was her parents on, right? Nice girl, bright, cute. Name April, May, June. Crazy. Oh, man. Wow, I didn't think you had it like Mother Mary. Yes, yeah, pretty quick. She's doing it. She's getting those babies in and out. Oh, I was going to tell you the weird thing. All right, so here's the weird thing. There's a boy and a girl that are born on the same day in the same year on two different islands in the Philippines. I think they could be long lost siblings or something. But so you got a man and a woman born on the same day, right, in the Philippines, same year. They find each other, and guess what? They get married on the same day to each other. Their mothers have the same first names, which is weird. What else? There's like 2 other things. I had 5 things that they do in common. Oh, they're both nurses. They both have nursing degrees. So you're born on the same day of the year, birthday, same age, same day. You're both nurses. Your mamas are the same name. Dennis says, oh, don't blame the Lord. Yes, Pat says, I am back. I found the porch. Now I'm back. Don't blame the Lord, Miss Avocado. Maybe there was OMG a few times. Oh my God, yeah, maybe, if she's lucky, or maybe it was from him. You never know. Maybe he was doing that. But congratulations on the baby. I know she's excited. Anthony, did you guys, the wheels on the bus? Anthony he just sent me a message. Thinking of him, that's why it popped up. He was on our live stream the other night. I had to tell Anthony to be nice to us. I don't know if you were there for that part or not. But I asked Anthony why he was always so miserable on live streams when he was living in his paradise, right? He's living in the Philippines, all he ever wanted to do. And I asked him, I said, why are you so miserable on these live streams? And then he started becoming nice. But he's a good guy. He just, no, I wasn't around. He wasn't around. You had to be around to have the bye-bye. So, wasn't that weird? Weird. Born on the same day. Nursing. Of course, you get married on the same day because you're married, to each other. Mamas have the same first name. Telling you. Makes you go, they're both short, small, little people. We call them the little people because they're so little, which is bad. Dennis, was the wheels on the bus drunk again? He may have been. You know, he was a little smartish in the beginning, but I told him I did. I said, Tony, you're a good guy, but I don't understand why you're so miserable. You know, you're living in the Philippines where you said it was your dreams. You're living the fantasy. Why are you should be a happy camper. And he was a happy camper after that. And you know me, I just say what I want to say, whether anybody likes me or not, or they hate me for it later. I just still say it. It's like Doggy Boy and Bye will be mad at me now because I, pointed out that issue with Doggy Boy. He'll be mad. So, but that's okay. Oh, you mean you wasn't at the live stream the other day? Well, I thought Dennis and I were talking about where you were at the time of pregnancy. I think that's what Dennis and I were talking about. We could have been, I don't know now. But I'm with you. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you didn't see Anthony at the live stream? He was there later, or I don't know. It was the one where we were making puff pastries. I was doing kitchen duty. He calls his wife stupid, so go figure. I know. I talked to him about that a long time ago, that the worst thing you can do with, okay, the worst thing you guys can do with somebody who's not as smart as you or who you think is not smart as you is to call them stupid or call them negative names. It's the worst thing you can do. All you got to do is just educate them, work with them. Because when you give them a negative terminology, they're just going to feel bad about themselves and they're not going to want to get better or to learn or to understand. Because they're going to believe that you keep saying you're stupid, you're stupid, you're stupid, And that's the wrong thing. If you come up with somebody who's not quite on the level you need, you can bring a real person, a real man will elevate them, not tear them down. And why be married if you're white? Yeah, I agree. Okay, Miss Avocado was there earlier, but not when Anthony was on. So I don't like that. I really don't. And now I'm not saying I'm perfect by any stretch. I try really hard not to be a big piece of stinking smelly dog shit, but I don't try to degrade people. I try not to. Now, Dennis, I will tell you guys, I think the other problem, we were talking about this earlier, Dennis, about the female side of this other couple that we're having, I don't feel great about. I think she feels that I've insulted her. I think Lorelai told me that she thinks I insult her because I guess, she's not used to the way Americans are. And they will ask a question and I will give an answer. So, and I think she takes offense to my answer, even though they asked the question. Because, as Americans, we're pretty damn honest. Well, what do you think of this curtain? Well, I think curtain sucks. What do you think of the job I did? Oh, you did a great job. That looks fine. No, you did a piece of shit job. What's that? No, you got to do better. Oh, you spoke with them. How did it go? Yes, it went all right, I guess. Tell her to suck it up, Buttercup. That's it. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of a weird thing for me. I feel bad for him. I feel bad for their future baby. But I'm not going to force somebody to like me or to hang out with me or to be with me. I'm just not going to do it. We're not going to do that. Lorelai and I don't do that. If, we have a thing about our house when we have parties and events like we having one on the 1st. We're having a pajama party. Or there's a bunch of girls having a pajama party, and I'm selling tickets to it on January the 1st here at our house. I think they're just eating food and dancing and singing karaoke, so it's going to be horrible. But we have rules, because apparently some of these girls don't like each other. I don't care. I invite anybody that has been nice to me, and if you have a problem with that person, that's not my problem. So, yes, suck it up. Suck it up, you guys we are too generous. We are. Trust me, we are. I recognize that, but how do you not be generous? I mean, I don't know, Dennis. They do. They all gossip and talk and badmouth each other, and I hate it. And I tell Lorelai, I said, I don't like this shit. You know, if you don't like that person, then don't hang out with them. Don't invite them. You know. Avocado, they know what causes pregnancy. Yes, Tim is saying, Miss Avocado, do you know what causes pregnancy? The doctors know. We all know what causes that. That's right. Tim, how you doing, by the way? How's your lunch today? You going to have a good lunch today? AV wisdom, yes. Yes. But I don't know. I really don't like the fact that they do that crab mentality, snappy shit behind their backs. And there's a bunch of it going on in the little community now. Yes, y'all all know what causes it. Yes, we do. Some of us are smart enough to avoid it. You know, it's the pregnancy disease. You know, it's a long-lasting 18-year disease, or technically 19, I guess. Pat says, when we was 7th and 8th grade, the gym teacher used to say, suck it up, fruit cup, beefcake, or tutti frutti. Now, that poor gym teacher would be fired for being sexist or racist or potty mouth. You know. I say, no, you can't tell them to suck it up. That's not fair to the boys that think they're girls or the girls that think they're boys. Then it says, my best year was the 4th year I spent in 7th grade. I liked 7th grade. I remember that. 7th grade was a good year. I kind of had a really hot girlfriend in 7th grade. You know. I think her name was, I don't know what her name was. But she was tall, skinny, and blonde. Long Farrah Fawcett type of hair. I don't know if she liked me, but she hung out with me a lot. I don't know what's for lunch today. I didn't even look in the fridge yet. Yeah, I don't know what I had. I don't even know if I ate dinner yet tonight. I don't know what I did. I know taking out a bunch of trash today from the Christmas thing. And then we had to go shopping. We got some groceries. I got 2 turkeys at 50 cents a pound for my dog Lily. So I just fed Lily a little bit ago. I got turkey and made the hubby hot turkey sandwiches when he got home from work. Woohoo! I had a pot pie. Pat, I had one of those pot pies that you got to put a lot of extra gravy on. I ate half and gave the other half to Lily. Don't tell my wife I gave Lily half of the pot pie, but she likes them, and I don't. I think you said her name was Mustang Sally. You know, I'm an old Mustang guy. I've owned a couple Mustangs. I like Mustangs. I don't like Sally. No, her name, fuck. Man, it was right there, Dennis. See, you screwed me up. It was right there. I'll think of her name. Man, it's real close. Not Sally, though. Mustang Sally, sounds good. Well, Pat says, really had a nice salad for dinner. Oh, it was so good. Good for you. I didn't have one at all. I like salad. I'm a huge salad fan. All you got to do is take all that damn lettuce away, and I love a salad. Fruit salad, salad without lettuce, salads with a lot of bacon and cheese and sour cream or dip or ranch dressing or eggs, and just take the lettuce away. Put all the vegetables and everything else in there. Just get rid of the lettuce. I'm not a lettuce fan. Pat says 7th and 8th grade was very strict back in those days. Really? I don't remember, to be honest. I know I got accused of pulling a fire alarm one 7th or 8th grade. And had to go tell that teacher to go kiss my ass. It wasn't me, you know. And then I got a couple funny stories to tell you. Damn, her name was right there because she was in my math class. I had a Mustang, unfortunately, it was abused by previous owners. Pat says 80, 90 days. Your school was strict, Pat says, yes. We had a teacher named Mr. Glass. God, I think her name was Stacy. Was it Stacy? I feel like it was Stacy, but I'm not for sure. We had a teacher named Mr. Glass, and he was a dickhead, you know, just a dickhead. He was probably 30, a young teacher, and he would walk around the classroom with a paddle, and, like he's a badass. He's going to scare these 7th or 8th grade kids with the paddle. Well, I was talking to the girl. God, I think her name is Stacy. I don't know. I don't think that doesn't feel right. And he come over. I was twisted in the seat. You know how you sit in those chairs, the desk, and how you can kind of spin around and your legs are still pointing one direction? He came over and took that paddle and smacked me in my leg. The last thing he ever did. I got up so damn fast, pinned his ass against the wall, and got ready to beat his ass before I realized what I was doing. Scared the living shit out of him, Smacked me in my fucking leg with a paddle. How fucking dare you? But my reaction was just to jump him. And so I don't know who it was. I jumped him. I didn't even get in trouble. Grade 9 Dennis says, had the hottest teacher wearing miniskirts in the Catholic school. Woohoo! Let's go! Hot for teacher, hot for teacher. Never forgot her. Yeah, I'm with you there. Dennis, you wanted to be paddled for being bad. And this avocado says, yes. I had a math teacher in 8th grade. He taught for over 50 years. Wow. That's pretty good. And then I had a teacher, I did this. I got a big scar on my face. I know you guys probably can't see it. It's not as pronounced as it used to be. But you can see it. I can look at it there on the monitor. You can see it. There's a big scar here, a really big scar from where a dog bit me and ripped my face off when I was a kid. So, big scar. Had like a couple hundred stitches. I mean, it is bad. When I shave, you can really tell how fucked up my face is. But, I don't know. One year there was, maybe I was being a dickhead as a kid. And the smoke alarm tester was going off, and I was dragging my feet, not getting in a hurry to go outside. And I had a teacher say, what would you do, or how would you feel if you got fire or burns all over you or something like that? Basically, they're saying, you better hurry because how would you like it if you got burned? And I looked at him and said, and just kept walking, That teacher shut up, never spoke to me again, but that's not what happened. But they didn't know that. Dennis is bad boy. Hot for teacher. Oh, yes. It would cut the blood out of the skin for sure. They used to take chalkboards, stick, slap your hands, whip your hand. In 7th and 8th grade, hurt like it. I bet. Damn, Pat. And now that teacher would go to prison for that. Mr. Glass, I saw his eyeballs. I remember his name because I put him up against the wall. I remember seeing his eyeball. He was scared shitless because I was bigger and stronger than he was. He was scared shitless. I would cut the blood out of the skin. Sure did. Yes. Throw off the halo for years. I bet. Hot for teacher. I didn't really have any good looking teachers. Known a few college teachers, that was not bad, but, not in public schools. We didn't really have that. But, I'm happy for you, Dennis. Maybe that's why you think about arm candy so much, because of your teacher there, Dennis. But I enjoyed school. I just did whatever I wanted to do. Most of the time, that's why I'm so dumb academically. That's why I graduated high school at the bottom of the class, because they figure, hell, I'll just pass them and get them out of here. That was the years, right, where they just passed students to get them out. Yes, I'll throw out the halo for years and years to come. Absolutely. That's funny, though. But I liked school. It was recreational. It was fun. I liked football. I had fun with that. But, yeah. School's good. I encourage kids to go. I don't like school. I think homeschooling is the best. I taught a whole bunch of homeschool kids over my years at the college, and I'm going to tell you, they were the smartest little fuckers in the class. I mean, they were smart, they came to class on time, they came to class prepared, and they knew their shit. Homeschool kids are impressive. Or at least all the ones I had. So, I support homeschooling kids. I support them. Yes. High school was fun, but I'm glad it's over. I'm not for I think we're all lucky to survive the era that we grew up in. So many teacher stories, yes. Teachers only humans. You know, one thing we gotta understand, humans were just like us, just humans. They just trying their best. Tell us, Miss AV. AV, tell us. I do too, avocado, but yours, Dennis wants the naughty ones, Miss Avocado. Well, Miss Avocado's a good-looking lady, so when she was a young woman at school, she probably had a lot of the boy teachers going, would you like some special counseling, or what do you call that, tutoring? Miss Avocado, you know, would you like to stay after class so I can tutor you in math and science? You know? Dennis only wants to hear the naughty ones. So, teacher stories in your place. I had 22-year-old and my senior, wow, holy shit, Tim. Refused to take gym, so he could not graduate. Well, that's really stupid. Right, they should have just passed him. That's dumb. I would have fudged the paper. I would have done, that's stupid. Now you don't have to take gym. I don't even think they have gym in a lot of schools anymore. Do they even do gym in schools anymore? Or are they too afraid that somebody might be offended? She was probably a smoking hot arm candy, yes. Yes, I was hot, 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 woohoo. Then it says still hot, yes. Yes. Believe it or not, I've looked like this since I was 16 years old. Oh, thank you, Dennis, for saying how hot I am. Dennis never says how hot I am. I mean, I'm kind of, disappointed in that. Nobody ever comes on. Nobody even buys my topless pictures. Miss Avocado, Jamie, nobody's bought my avocado pictures. Nobody has bought my topless pictures. Can you believe that? I got a whole stack of them. Nobody's buying them. I don't understand. I'm starting to hurt my feelings, It really is. Starting to kind of think, starting to feel bad. Starting to take it personal, I guess. So, Miss Avocado, Dennis has agreed that you're smoking hot. So, how are the babies smoking hot? Are your kids going to be good-looking kids? I think I saw your daughter one time, and your oldest daughter, of course. Very good, very cute girl. Gray beard? No, it was blonde. But okay, Tim, thanks for correcting my assumption of myself. It was blonde. I used to be blonde, then I turned to red. And now I'm and I don't have a gray beard. Now it's just kind of grayish. Let me see if I can change my picture to when I was in high school. There you go, that'd be cool. I should do that too. You guys would all. No, I got mine right here. Here's mine. I will say, no, this is junior high. Before I had a beard in junior high. Look at that cute young man. Look at that beautiful long blonde hair. Now I'm going bald. I need to start shaving my head because I got such of a bald spot. But that was me in 9th grade. No, 10th grade. That was 10th grade. I should take a poll on that. Pat says we used to have hot female gym teachers, 7th to 8th grade. They would flirt with the students. We'd take a swim class. Woohoo! Some of the guys were afraid of what might happen getting the woohoo. Some of the kids were excited. I was a young man then, 10th grade. By as a senior, I had a beard and kept it ever since. Then it says, still remember AV scraping the walls in the basement in her home. Fixated on her moving. Well, you guys have all seen my live streams like when I'm in the kitchen. So my debate is this. Lorelai doesn't think I ought to shave my head because Lorelai thinks I would look more and more like a serial killer than I already do if I go with the bald head. I wouldn't shave the beard. So she thinks that I would look, much closer to a serial killer. Mounties, yes, that was the school. The high school I went now, I don't think they're called the Mounties. I think it's too politically correct. You can't have somebody. I know they took the gun away from my junior high. They were the Patriots. And they had to take the gun out of the Patriots' hand. True, my true stories about the teachers. Nice. Miss Alva said, I was 19. So did you upload your picture there? Let's see. I might be able to show it to everybody. Ooh. Let me see if I can show it. See if I can blow it up for Dennis. Well, Dennis can see it. Where's my screen thing? All right. You guys want to see Miss AV, Miss Avocado? You guys ready? There she was. Wearing a party dress. There she is. She's got her hair up, her arm on her hip. I was 19, go for it. Yes, ready, Pat says. Got the cold shower ready. There you go, smoking. Wow, very beautiful, Miss Avocado. Yes. I think my wife has that exact same dress. I think she's wearing it to a party tomorrow. I don't know. She likes those type of dresses. Back to normal here. All right. Uh-oh. Now somehow my chat got bigger, which maybe is not a bad thing. My chat got really big when I did that, so now I can read the chat better. Dennis, I got another one for you, Lamo. Let's see it. Tim says, nice. Welcome, Miss Avocado. You're welcome. Smoke show. Let's see it. Put it on the display. Show me. Or you can always message anything to me also. That's what Dennis does. Dennis sends me messages. Facebook messages. Let me know when you've uploaded, if you're uploading Miss Avocado, and I'll pull it up. But the real question is, should I go bald? You know how bald I am in the back, right? You guys all see that it's a big, giant white spot right up through here. But Lorelai says I look like, she already thinks I look like a serial killer. But she thinks if I shave my head, I even look like a bigger, serial killer. Because I want one of those skull shavers. One of those new cool skull shavers that they have out there. Because shaving your head is not easy. If you're just using a razor, it's hard because your head is round. Let's give some party favors for Miss Avocado. All right. There you go. You guys ready? Maybe I can. There she is. Red dress. Oh, you had no date. That's crazy. Man, how come you had no date? I would have took you out on a date just because you look smoking hot, right? Dennis, you must have had a lot of dumb guys around you at the time. You must have had a lot of dumb guys around you. If because in my high school, if you looked halfway decent, the boys wouldn't stay away from you. I mean, when I was in school, if you were living and breathing female, you know, well, we also drank a lot in high school. Pat says, very stunning, smoking hot, Miss Avocado. Dennis says, wow, I would have tipped you. Because I had 12 brothers and sisters, and my brothers scared everybody away. All right, I can relate to that. I got a really big family, too. None of them like me, but I got a really big family. Pat, just stay away from the milk bath. You would get soggy, yes. Soggy? Oh, man, yes. Crazy. You're welcome, Miss Avocado. Nice. If you're going to do another one, let me know. If you got another one from somewhere, let me know. I look like I never changed. I just got fatter and skinnier over the years. I went back and forth, you know. I, it's funny, we have a thing, and from the Philippines, Lorelai was telling me this weekend that she's talking to one of her friends. And they're like, oh, you guys if you guys run into 36 size jeans in America, maybe you could ship us some because, my husband doesn't have enough pants. And of course, my first thought is, one, I've never worn a 36. The smallest I've ever been is a 38. I went to prom, had no date. I had a date, I had a prom. Oh, my prom was fucked up. Sorry for the language. But holy shit, my prom was fucked up. I mean, fucked up. I have some from my early 20s where I had, oh, there you go. Let's see the 20 pictures. Jamie, do you do Facebook, Jamie? Do you know how to message us? Because if you wanted to do that, you could do that. I'm going to drop the link to our Facebook page. You guys can follow us, find us. Ken's in the house. Ken, how are you? Miss Avocado, thank you for recognizing that Ken is here because I didn't see it right off. Oops. Gotta go over here. Be back in a little bit. Nice. No, so sorry, Pat. What did Pat say? Had no date. I had a date. Man, it was a fucked up problem. I beat the shit out of some friend of mine. He was hitting on my woman, and my woman went for it, so I beat the shit out of him. I mean, it was just fucked up night. I'm just telling you, just fucked up night. There's our Facebook page if anybody wants to find us on Facebook and Messenger. That's us. I look good in my outfit, tuxedo at the prom. Pat, you got a picture? T 60 seconds, so I plan to return shortly. All right. Ken, thank you for being here. Hello, Jamie from Ken. My retired, there's Gary. Gary, good to see you. Dennis is in the house. Gary, does everybody know Gary, My Retired Life 2? Merry Christmas still going on here, David, until the end of the month. Okay, so now you coming back to America? What are you doing, Gary? Are you headed back to America at the end of the month, or what are you doing? Give us an update. Hello, Ken. Pat Picks, yes. Yes, hiya, Gary. Long time no see. Yeah, it's been a long time since we've seen Gary. You got to give it a, you can't answer. It messes up. Well, I have a new background, sort of. I think the picture's the same. I've changed things, Gary, just to kind of be different. You know, I kind of got things at an angle, and I got some new lights, you know, like this. Where are the lights? See, I got some lights and things, didn't I, Gary? A little bit of green, some blue. So yeah, a little different stage. Yeah, just trying to make things a little bit more appealing. I'm trying to blur out my background and kind of leave it foggy looking is what my attempt is. Yeah, Gary says, hello, Dennis. The wife is in the house. Everybody said hello to Lorelai. She's in the house. Oh, I forgot. Let me get over there. Sorry, Miss Avocado. We're showing pictures of Miss Avocado. Is that a different red one? Everybody say hello to the wife is in the house, Dennis. All right, here's Miss Avocado when she was in her 20s. Dennis, don't get too excited. I need you to not get your heart rate up. I need you to keep that heart rate slow and steady, Dennis. We need no heart attacks. I will have to hunt my prom pictures before sometimes they're all right. Dennis says, hello, Miss LV is here. That's right. That's Mrs. PAC is Miss LV. Hi, LV. Yes, hey, Dennis. So Lorelai, the LV girl. Oh, yeah, we're showing old school photos. Who did the art behind you? Small picture. Gary, I'll tell you about that. I wish you would do it. I wish you would do one for us. Hello, Lorelai from Pat. Nice. Show your mug. I did. I already did. I already did, Lorelai. I showed him the mug earlier. That's kind of what started all of this. How handsome I was when I was a young man. Gary's asking about this picture. Gary, we were down in South Texas at some kind of resorty place, and we went to kind of like an outdoor carnival thing. And there was some girl there, young girl, artist girl, and I could tell she wasn't great, but I figured she needed the money. We paid like $20 for that. So we had her do that. The young girl did it. So, you know, it's back when Lorelai had blonde hair. We were in Texas. I'll show it to you. So it's a little bit of a caricature of us. I would like to have a new one. She didn't do a great job on my fedora. She didn't know how to draw a fedora. And I needed a tropical shirt. I was wearing a tropical shirt, but it doesn't show there. I actually got one in here when you were single. Let me find it. There she is. You ready? You guys want to see Miss LV, Mrs. PAC? I need to get over here. Hang on. I got to get caught up in the chat. Showing you I played football. I did. Wow, very pretty. Thank you, thank you. Hello, everybody. Did you show mine? All right, you guys want to see Lorelai? This is what she looked like when I married her. This is a picture she sent me from the Philippines when we were dating. Don't know you had blonde hair, Lorelai. Oh, girly. Oh, yes. I am a Taliban and suspect I will never be leaving Taliban. I'm not much of a traveler. All right. Very young. Well, she looks younger than she actually was. Everybody likes it? Wow, she's a beautiful lady. Smoking hot. Look at that. Smoking hot. I keep that one in my desk. Lorelai doesn't know that I keep it in the desk. So now she knows. I keep her picture right there. Beautiful, Brother David. Thank you, Pat. So, so Gary, I thought maybe you kind of mentioned that you were there until the end of the month. Are you going to a different apartment or something? Are you good? How are things? How's the girls? How's your your womanish, whatever you want to call her? I don't know if she's girlfriend, wife now, whatever you want to call her. Your companion. Hope you're enjoying the Philippines. Then says, "Oh my goodness, yeah, yeah, yeah." And I still look like this. I just had different color hair. I had more blondish, reddish hair back when Lorelai and I met. See all the gray hair being married gets you? I used to have just a big, beautiful blonde hair, and now I have kind of gray hair. 10 years, 11 years of marriage. Man, you know. There we go. All caught up. Did I miss anybody? Yeah, Lorelai had blonde hair for a while. I didn't like it, to be honest. It just doesn't suit her. I do think kind of a red, Asian red. I don't know what you call that, but there's kind of this weird Asian red color that I think would look good on her, but she's not really into that. I wanted her to dye her hair purple one time, and she didn't think that was cool either. And she doesn't look good in black hair. We've tried that. Yeah, it's not, all black, like jet black. Yeah. You married out of your class? Well, I did because, I'm a lot older, so we didn't go to school together, Tim. So, yeah, I agree. I married out of my class because we didn't go together. I sent in our FB Messenger. Okay, you sent something in Messenger. You want me to? Ooh. You guys want to see my smoking hot wife? I'm gonna show you my smoking hot wife. Let me get the camera set up. There's my smoking wife, smoking hot. There you go. While we were dating, that was hers. You're in trouble now. I settled here now, renting a townhouse, bought furniture, settled in with the girl. Okay, great, Gary. This is in the Philippines. Look at that smoking hot. Well, you want to know why I married Lorelai? You see this really long, wavy hair? That's what attracted me here. I like long, wavy hair. So I thought I liked her hair. Let's see. Oh, there's one from the other day. That's where she was best dressed at the Christmas party. Okay, Pat, I'll pull it up in a second. Still beautiful. Yep, that was just the other day at a Christmas party. That's apparently nothing. All right, I guess that's all there was. 2 pictures. All right, I guess that's all there was. Let me see if I can find Pat. Pat said he sent a picture. Pat, you said you sent a picture? It has more pictures? Okay, Lorelai, maybe I screwed it up. Hang on, let me get back up here. Come on now. Oh, here they are. All right. You guys ready to see my wife? Miss Avocado, it's me, Gary. Gary, it's me, Jamie. Look at that. Doesn't she look good in a hat? Look at that. That's Mrs. PAC. Oh, I remember you now, Gary says. There she is in the jungles of the Philippines. That one we saw. All right. Let me see. Well, Pat is upside down. But we can kind of zoom into Pat's face. There's Pat's face. He's kind of upside down. Pat, your picture loaded upside down, my friend. Oh, here it is, Pat. I got it. Here's Pat when he was a youngster. Look at that handsome young man. He was such of a handsome young man. Whatever happened to him? As Barbie arms for now, I have Amazon arms, yes. Wow, Pat, yes. Outstanding. Lorelai says she went from having Barbie arms to Amazon arms. I mean, I had Barbie arms. I know what you meant. You didn't say too long for the swimsuit pictures. It was my wife, not yours, Gary. So, don't need don't need you guys getting excited. Well, that was Lorelai 10, 11, 12 years ago. You didn't. I was 18 years old, Pat says. Gary. So Gary remembers you now, Jamie, from Anthony's live streams. Handsome young man Pat was. Yes, he was. I just don't know what happened to him. It's kind of like Dennis. I saw a young picture of Dennis. Dennis was a very handsome, athletic guy. So what happened to him now, I don't know. Maybe it's too many Colombian women. So, Gary's a good-looking old guy, He's a very classic-looking old guy. Thank you, Miss Avocado. Yes, yes, yes. Dennis, where's your picture? That's right, Dennis. Dennis will probably send me pictures of women, knowing Dennis. Dennis was a professional athlete. Dennis is hiding now. Yeah. So Gary, let me ask, since you're in the Philippines full-time permanently now, what's your favorite thing? What's your favorite thing in the Philippines? Thirsty. All that work made me thirsty. Dennis, sit? All right, Dennis. Well, what happened to my Facebook? Oh, I accidentally closed Facebook. Hang on. Let me pull Facebook back up. I accidentally closed it. All right, let me find Dennis. There we go. There's Dennis. You boys and girls ready for Dennis? Oh my God, I don't know if you can handle this. Back, did I send you that you did? Yes, you did. I still have it, Tim. All right, so here's Dennis. What's the first thing that comes to mind? I tell you, the first when I saw this picture, there's his medal. See, he's a star athlete, believe it or not. But you know what? What I thought of when I saw Dennis's picture, like this, the long hair back in the 70s, it made me think of smoking dope. chilling at somebody's house, getting high on a Saturday. They're like, yeah, man, I'm just chilling. I said, we got the other one showing up. Well, there he is. Now that looks better. That looks more manly-ish. Look at that young man. Let's see. Yeah, I'm sure they were. It's good. That's what I looked like as a kid. Long blonde hair, handsome. I know, wow, good pictures of Dennis. Did I miss anybody? Sent me anything? All right, am I caught up? What did I miss? I will return every year to America. I've never been here a full continuous year. Okay, I get you, Gary. Tim, do you want me to show the picture of you and from Thanksgiving? If you do, let me know and I'll pull it up. Let me find you. Man, we got a lot of messages. Oh, I guess I could just type it in. Stud. Dennis sent another one, did he? All right. Yeah, Tim, let me know if you want me to show it or not. Here's Dennis, what he just said. So this is Dennis in drag. Is this you in drag, Dennis? Or is this another hot Colombian chick? Yeah, okay, I'll show your profile picture in a second, Jamie, I will. Good photo, Dennis, nice, back shirking showed. Okay. Well, I always like to ask Tim. Well, I'm a little surprised that Dennis is showing this picture because in all the other pictures he's ever sent me, girls are showing their cleavage. So this one's kind of shocking to me. Yeah, oh, it's a friend. Okay, that's why. All right, so it's just a friend. All right. Here's Tim and his woman. Oh. This is Tim. He's eating Thanksgiving dinner. And this is his woman. Smoking. She's pretty, Dennis. Yes. Gary, yeah, we're coming back in 27. Girlfriend, yes, Gary. Tim is sweet, yeah. Nice. Yeah, we're going to try to come back in 27. We have some business. But let's look what he's eating. All right, let me get over here. Ah, all right, there's another one of Jamie. She changed her photo. There you go. There's Jamie. How old were you, Jamie? In her 20s? Yeah, we don't know the month for sure, but we got to go over and take care of some business. Oh, 2010, she said. She straightened her hair. Okay. Yeah, she's a good person too, Lorelai. Early 20s, yes. I'm still in my early 20s. Yeah, a long time ago, wasn't it? Good photo, getting everything caught up here. Long, long time ago. I don't like Lorelai having straight hair. She doesn't have long hair anymore like she used to. But we did the whole bonding thing in the Philippines, straight hair. Really wasn't her. Wasn't her. So, but yeah, Gary, we're hoping to go back. But what the plan is in 27, because we need to go back and take care of some business, is we're probably going to we're going to go for a month, but we're only going to be in the Philippines for maybe 2 weeks, and then we're going to jump ship and go to like Singapore. So is what we're going to do. We're going to go to Singapore because I don't, spending 30 days in vacation in the Philippines is kind of boring. Me too. My mind is in the 20s. There you go. Very welcome, Miss Avocado. I have a super curly hair. My fiance loves it. I'm not allowed to cut it. Yeah, Lorelai has kind of a natural curly hair, wavy. Not curly, but I guess wavy. So, which is good. But it's better when it's long. But I know she works. Lorelai says, I bet it's more seductive. That's why your fiance likes it. Long hair is good. Lorelai, I would agree with you. The girls with short hairs really aren't sexy. Short hair is not sexy on girls. Gary says, I don't let my girlfriend cut her hair either. Yeah, Filipinas, women with long hair is good. Dennis said another one. All right, Dennis. Let me get you pulled up. I got to screen all of Dennis's photos before to make sure that they're not inappropriate for the PG audience. All right, let me get Dennis pulled up here. Because I don't want to give Gary a heart attack. Sometimes Dennis sends me pictures that might, give Gary a heart attack. Or Tim, the older gentleman in here. They might, have a little bit of a heart attack. I think this is the same girl right here. Oh, there's so many. There's her kissing Dennis. I love you, Denny. There's Dennis himself, looking dapper. I like the yellow shirt. There we go. There's she is. I think, let me look. Did I miss something? I missed this one. Did you guys see this one? I think I missed this one. This is the last one he sent me. Mexico! I got the notification. Now that's why I know someone's sending pictures on Facebook. Good. I don't get notifications because I'd get notifications every 10 minutes. Oh, very pretty, Lorelai says Dennis. Colombian, Mexican, that's good. My Retired Life, or Gary, says, that's true, too sexy. Would force me to take out my blood pressure cup. That's right. Someday Dennis will get married. He just needs the right one to come along and say, I'm here, baby. I'm here. Marry me, Dennis. Marry me is all he needs. He's just looking for that right one. I've told Dennis I don't think he ought to marry a Filipina. He ought to marry somebody from Colombia or Mexico, not the Philippines. He said, more? All right, let me pull him back up. Did we see this one? We may have seen this. Gary, get your blood pressure cup. Get your blood pressure cup. They all look alike, to believe it or not. Don't the girls look alike? They could be sisters. So Dennis definitely has a type. Big boobs, blonde hair. I got the right one now. Oh, yes. Oh, go, there's Gary or Dennis. See, don't they all look alike? Or maybe they're all the same girl. Maybe they're all the same girl. Yeah, she started off with a turtleneck sweater saying, "Hi, Dennis." And before you know it, she's down to a tank top. Dennis looks like a rock star. He did, with the glasses, the sunglasses, and the open jacket with the collared shirt. The yellow's a good shirt, though. I don't wear dress shirts anymore, but I like yellow. I always liked a bright yellow shirt for dressing, especially if you pair it with, something dark. He is a supermodel. He's a supermodel, rock star. It just shows how old we're all getting. Lorelai says, "I got to go back to work now. Thank you, guys." Everybody say goodbye to Lorelai. Say, "It was good to see you, Lorelai. Please be nice to your husband, Lorelai. Remember, don't become Americanized, Lorelai. Support your husband. Be the greatest wife in the world, Lorelai." Come on, guys. I want to wait until we buy a home instead of renting and get settled in, so hopefully a couple years. Okay? Or did I miss something? You don't have a date set for getting married? Did I miss something here? So you're gonna wait until you get married to buy a house and you don't have a date set? Just get married. You don't gotta have a big fancy wedding. Go to the courthouse and say, "Hi, we're here. Can we get married?" Just do it, baby. Just do it. Everybody's saying goodbye to Lorelai. We feel sorry for you, Lorelai, to being married to that fat guy wearing tropical shirts all the time. We feel bad for you, Lorelai. We do. Yeah, I don't know. Picture from 2 years ago. All right, let me pull it up. I guess I'm kind of the mindset that if you're going to get married, then just get married. I guess I'm one of those weird people, and I tell Pat this all the time, and I've told others. Here's Jamie from just a couple of years ago. There you go. That's why she's got 2 babies. Because she's got her hair out, and she's smiling, and the fiance is going, "Woohoo! Honey pie, sweetie pie, come here. Come here, you. I need to know your name. Come on over." We have other things to take care of first. Well, okay. I've been having some New Zealand girls chasing me, and now she's smoking hot. That's good. Wow, Jamie. I don't like I'm pushing 40. I don't look like I'm pushing 40. Yes. No, you don't. Which is a good thing. It's a really good thing. No, what I was saying is I just, look, if you know, you know, right? It's like Lorelai. I knew, so I did. Period. Didn't have to think about it. Just did it. And it's good. I tell Pat that too. Look, just dive in head first and boom, do the deed. I try to give that advice to Dennis, but, just pick one and jump right in. I have crunchy chicken nuggets for lunch. Tim says, "Ooh, chicken nuggets. That's okay. I like chicken nuggets." You probably have real chicken nuggets. Good thing, yes, 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 yes. Yep, Pat has a lot of women from around the world calling him up and saying, "Hey there, baby, what's your name?" Oh, that's a good question. Barbecue sauce or ranch, Tim? I would prefer blue cheese. Sure have, yes. Gary, the hot rod king, boycotting him, always wore Hawaiian shirts. He did. I remember him dying at a young age. Young age, he was in his 50s. Yeah, I remember I used to watch his show and stuff. Boy Coddington, yep. Yep, I remember him very well. I do. He wore a lot of red tropical shirts and blues, but yeah. So he took after me. But I remember when he died. Probably barbecue sauce and some ketchup. I hope you're not eating the banana ketchup. I like sweet and sour sauce for fresh chicken nuggets. Wow. You know where to get the best chicken nuggets in America are the Chick-fil-A chicken nuggets. I think are the best chicken nuggets anywhere. Because all it is real chicken. You know, it's a chunk of chicken. Other chicken nuggets are, mystery meat. But I like a little bit of blue cheese on them or cheese dip. I like chicken nuggets, but I like, Gary likes banana ketchup? Ew, Gary. Yuck. Yuck, 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 yuck. Banana ketchup is on the list of things that going forward to be sold in America, they had to get rid of a couple chemicals. 6, 7 months ago, Filipinos were all upset because they thought their food was going to be banned in America. And I had to explain, no, your food is not being banned. This chemical's banned, and any food in it is going to be banned. It's not going to be allowed into America. So they will just have to change their chemical formula or get rid of this and then process it, and then it can be sold. Oh, what is banana ketchup? Yeah, I just got done the other day, believe it or not, Miss Avocado, watching a story about banana ketchup, the history of it. But I gotta admit, I can't remember it. So I'm gonna look it up for you and tell you what it is. I don't look over 50, but I'm used to 15 years ago. There you go. Banana ketchup, also known as banana sauce, is a Philippine fruit ketchup, a condiment made from bananas, sugars, vinegar, and spices. And why it came along was because they had a shortage on tomatoes. Back, I think, during World War II, they couldn't get tomatoes, and I think this is where it comes from. Let's find out if I remember right. Was first, see World War II, due to a shortage of tomatoes but comparatively high production of bananas. So they had boatloads of bananas and no tomatoes, so there they go. So they use it on biscotti, omelets, hot dogs, hamburgers, french fries. I think it's disgusting. Fried chicken and so forth. It's bananas, sugar, vinegar, and spices. Brownish yellow, but it's dyed red to resemble tomato ketchup. And the red dye has to come out. The red dye is no longer allowed in America. So that's what they got to take out of it to be sold in America is the red dye. You guys want to see the girl from New Zealand that Pat's been chatting with? Pat sent me a picture of this girl, Dennis. You better get your heart medicine out. Gary, you too. Tim? So this young lady from New Zealand has been chatting with Pat, saying, "Hey, Pat, hi, sweet pie, honey punch. Sent you a photo of the girl from New Zealand. That sounds good. It's not, it's gross. You can buy it at the Asian store, Jamie, if you really like it or want to try it. Just go get it at the Asian store. I think it's disgusting." Pat says, this young lady is 35. I'll check it out. It is disgusting, Tim says. We did a video call. Nice. Wow. 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 Wow is right. How was the video call, Pat? Do you think it's a real deal or do you think it's a catfishing thing? It was good. Nice. Yeah, pretty lady. She looks like a Korean lady with all the white skin. You know how Koreans kind of bleach their skin or use that stuff to turn white? So she kind of reminded me of a Korean girl, you know? She's looking for a man to marry from New Zealand, right? Well, you're a man, Pat. That means you can get married. So there you go. Problem solved. Yeah, Gary said looks like she's Korean too. So maybe she has Korean in her or something, but she looks Korean to me. Den says, a catfish? Yes. I am taking the picture, show you all. Okay. Right on, probably cooling off outside. Yes, let me see. All right. Making sure I'm kind of caught up. It might be Tim, I don't know. So did you have a face-to-face video call with her? Yeah, Dennis probably cooling off outside. Haha, AB, do you blame me? Smoke show. Dennis, Gary, and Tim, I was worried about their hearts, you know, with all the pretty pictures. All right. So you had a video call with her face to face, and she really looked like that? No, that's good. Now, Miss Avocado says, hot, hot, hot it is. All right. Well, that's good, Pat. You know. So if you're going to video call her some more, you need to get her to move around and be in different places. Show you the environment around her. You know what I mean? To see that, make sure she's not in a call center or, you know, somewhere in Korea or North Korea or Bangladesh or somewhere. That's right. My retired life says very cloudy there in the Philippines today. Dennis says, AB, Miss Avocado is adding some well-needed spice to this live stream. She is. We need spice once in a while, don't we, Dennis? Instead of having me rant off about what pisses me off. She showed me around her house. Nice. Okay. Well, nice. So do you have plans to talk to her again? I would like to go to New Zealand. It's one of my bucket list places to go to. So, but yes, we need some spice in life once in a while. Hopefully tomorrow. All right. David, when you visit the Philippines and they had a bad typhoon, why didn't you go live in a hotel? Gary, we did. When we were living in the Philippines and Typhoon Odette hit, one, we got stuck in that house for 10 days because you couldn't go anywhere. Everything was dead. No hotels, no condos, everything was dead. No power, no water for 10 days. After 10 days, we went to a hotel that had power for 12 hours out of the day, but they also had a polluted water source. So we got to go in and get some air conditioning for 2 days. And then we went and found a condo that had power and a water source, even the water was no good, but it had electricity that we rented. And we stayed in there for a couple of months while we waited for the power to come back on to our house that we lived in. So we paid double rent for quite a while. So that's what we did. But when the typhoon hit, it took weeks before anything was up and running. Not nice spice instead of naughty and nice. That's right. No naughty and nice. We just need some spicy. She wanted to visit me in Columbus, Indiana, and meet her at the airport. Great. I think you should do it. Do you send her flight money? Dennis is asking Pat. Yeah, how's she getting here? You know, where's she going to stay at? I'm not sure she's honest. Who knows? I'm not giving any money. Good, Pat. That's good. Oh my God, AB. Always for you, Dennis. That's right. Hot and spicy. Jamie says only for you and always for Dennis. Dennis brings the spice of life. Smart ideal, Pat. Very smart. Yes, that's right. Yes, foreigners cannot live here without air conditioning. Too humid. No, Gary, I didn't have a problem with that. Without air conditioning, I didn't have a problem with that. My problem was the mosquitoes and not having any water. So, and we were running low on food. So by the time we got to the hotel, why we got there was in hopes of getting away from the mosquitoes. Because the house that we had in the Philippines on Mactan Island had no screens on it. So all we got, Lorelai stayed up all night long and tried to keep me cool in the heat when I slept because of my heart condition. And she kept trying to get the mosquitoes off of me. So we had a problem with living with the mosquitoes. So the heat doesn't bother me. The humidity didn't bother me. I like it. I would sit out in it all day long. I like it. But the mosquitoes are bad. So we had to get into, and we needed to take a shower. The water was bad, but we were able to take a shower. So that was nice, even though you smelled. Make sure she goes to the extra mile for you, Pat. Yes, Pat. If she's legit, she won't ask for a dime. That's right. Jamie's right. If she's legit, she won't ask for a dime. The real question is now, Pat, I don't mean be a dickhead, but look, that girl's smoking hot. So why does she need to find a husband? Because I promise you there's shitloads of husbands, men, that would find her smoking hot that live in Australia and New Zealand. So the question is, why would she need to go man hunting in America unless she just wants to come to America and live? But she wouldn't have any trouble finding an Australian man or a New Zealand man to marry. I'm just telling you. AV needs an advice channel, Dennis says. Yes, she's the advice giver. It's the Avocado Advice Channel. That's a good idea, Dennis. I think most of these girls get wrong numbers. Well, and so then they're robo-dialing. They're just dialing phone numbers in hopes of getting some dude to talk to them, right? We don't have screens either, Gary says. I found mosquitoes are a part of life here as long as they don't carry disease. Yeah. Our problem was we had standing water from the typhoon and mosquitoes came out. And I mean, we had mosquitoes bad. Bad. And when the power was on, we could run the AC and shut the windows, right? And keep the skeeters out. But we couldn't do that in that house. We had to have the windows open to breathe. And we started having, it's just a mess. AB can start her own advice channel, yes. Looking for something, Pat says. Yes, that's right. Well, I might do that sometime. It's a good idea. And she can give advice about women, children, how to raise children, how to put up with Dennis, all of those things. So, but yeah, screens in the Philippines are very important when you have no power and no way to get rid of the skeeters. I mean, Tim says, ouch, I just fell. Why did you fall down? Yes, it's a mess. We have a brownout. Yes. We had a blackout for 10 days before we could get anywhere. And we had to get help getting somewhere. So that's what happened when we lived there. And it really put a big strain on my heart going through the typhoon that we went through, struggling with everything. It was a real blow. Miss Avocado says, Tim, you got to be careful. You're not a young man anymore. Be safe. Be careful. Don't fall down. Do you have a life alert, Tim? Oh, my God. We can send the life alert from America to get you, Tim. Get you picked up. You know what's funny about the life alert? My grandparents had it, right? Or he died, then my grandmother had it. But she also had a DNR. And so when I took over their finances, I was going through, because this is one thing that made her children mad, my grandparents' children mad, because I took over the money, the finances, as they wished. They didn't let them, they gave the burden to me. So I managed all of their money and settled their estate. But I was looking one day and I saw that my grandmother had life flight and she was paying $30 a month or something. But she had a DNR, do not resuscitate. So I canceled it. Did sent gift memberships, another 20. Woohoo! We got people like Ken getting one, Lee, Karnick. A lot of people getting memberships from Dennis. Dennis, thank you for doing that. Cricket, Cricket will love it. Let's see. Xavier, Rivas, Luffy. Outstanding. Thank you for that, Dennis. It allows me to add a bunch of new emojis and things to all of this. So I haven't quite figured it out, but I turned it on today. So thank everybody. Thank Dennis for donating memberships. Oh, I got to go over here. Hang on. Outstanding. Let me get up here, do a couple things. Outstanding. Thanks, Dennis. Tim, I should be okay. All right, now if you Backlash Fisherman received a gift too. Backlash will like that. He comes in quite a bit. Gary, we hope you're okay. Do you need to call the girlfriend or your driver? Maybe you ought to call your driver. You had a dizzy spell? Tim says, I had a dizzy spell for a few. I had those. So one thing I've learned, Tim, is to hang close to walls and tables so I don't fall, which I'm sure you're aware of. But you might want to call your girlfriend. Nisha received one, Dennis. Oh, that's nice. Should be okay. I don't know. You might want to put a phone call into your girlfriend. Thanks, Dennis. Welcome, AV. No, thank you. Smoke show. That's right. Smoke show we had tonight. We had a great smoke show. But really, Tim, maybe call the girlfriend and let her know you don't need to be in your place all alone. Ms. Avocado, commercial for Life Alert was crazy. She fell in the chair. Little brother yelled, oh, the lady just grabbed the chair. I thought it was the one where I fell and I couldn't get up. Remember that? I fell and I couldn't get up. Life Alert. Oh, lady just grabbed the chair. Grab the chair, pull yourself up. You're going to be fine in a while, Tim, but you need to, come on now. Yes, you fell on a floor near a chair. Yes. Well, I've learned that because I pass out. I don't pass out very much often, but I get dizzy spells from my right heart failure. So I don't like using the cane or the walker and stuff, but I hug walls. I try to be careful and cognitive of where I'm at. So every man has a story. Mark Thornton died because he stopped taking his meds. Woo! He did a story about about a week before he died. I remember him dying a few months ago, right, Gary? Yeah, you got to take your meds whether we like it or not. I don't like it. I take a whole handful of shit, and I'm not happy about it, and I don't like it, but I take it. And one, because Lorelai makes me. I guess if I wasn't married, to be honest, I probably wouldn't do it. So, to be honest, Gary says, that's true, Jamie. Why didn't she grab the chair to get up? Well, now look, to be fair, she was probably old, fat, and couldn't roll around and get up, Yeah, Tim says usually hug the wall too. Yeah, we learn that, don't we, Tim? The older we get, we learn to kind of. When I was still teaching, before I got a pacemaker put in, and I didn't know what was wrong with me, and I was passing out everywhere. Man, I was hugging the wall in my college like you couldn't believe because I didn't know when I was going to go over. Vitamin D3 and AC. I take vitamin D3 every day. I do. I try to get real vitamin D, but I have that weird disease, vampire disease, where I don't process vitamin D. I'm allergic to the sun. So I actually have that. We will never know, Gary. Yeah, we never know what's going to happen. Yeah, why didn't you just grab the damn chair? But I like the one that says, I fall or I fell and I can't get up. It reminds me of the Wendy's commercial, that little old lady saying, where's the beef? Where's the beef? But, yeah, and I remember Gary, Mike Kaysen, I think it's Kaysen, the nurse who died of heart disease in the Philippines. And he could get better if he came to America back, but he chose not to, and he died in the Philippines where he wanted to. I really liked him. I can't remember his YouTube channel name, but he did a travel channel in the Philippines years ago. He's probably been dead 5 or 6 years now. There you go. The lady from the Life Alert commercial is still alive. We got to Google that. I can Google it. Is the lady from the Life Alert alert commercial alive? Clarapella was, where is the beef? Nice. Unknown. You look like Santa. Thank you. Are you for real? I am for real. Her name was Edie McClurg. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the thumbs up, everybody. And Unknown for a thumbs up. I am for real. Are you for real? Pat says I am back. Falling, I can't get up. Catchphrases. I think they're all dead. They were like really old. I think she's dead. I think they're all dead. Unknown, we will have a great day. Stick around and help us have a great day. Thank you for the thumbs up. We appreciate you. We hope you have a great day. Ken is back in the house, has a Ken membership. Look at that. Ken is a member of the YouTube channel. Thank you for that, Ken. Thank you for the gifted membership. Ah, Gary, is that dark lame-o? What did Gary say? Her Life Alert ad, her battery died because she called for help too much. That's funny. That's dark. I'm back, but way, way, way behind. It's all right. You're from the Philippines. Excellent. My wife's from the Philippines. We got a bunch of Philippine men living in here, so we know the Philippines very, very well. So what part of the Philippines are you from? Unknown. And what would you, are you a female or a male? Are you single? Are you married? Tell us a little bit about you. We love learning more about the Philippines. Ken, Miss Avocado says, Tim, who has the time to be unreal nowadays? Yeah, I don't know about that. Jollibee, well, we do and don't. You know, Jollibee, my wife's from the Philippines. I don't mind Jollibee. Their chicken's okay. The biscotti sucks. You know, the fruit pies, you know, the mango is the best. So yeah, we like Jollibee. We don't get to go very often. It's 5 hours from our house. But when we do go, we stock up, and then they eat it for days on days. I can't remember some of the other dishes, but they're okay. I like the one with the egg and the orange sauce on top of it and the noodles. I like that one. You're a male from Quezon, mate. Nice, outstanding. Fun fact, I've never been to Jollibee. Well, if you ever get a chance, they're getting more and more locations in America. Like Jollibee, oh yeah, I don't like that one, Tim. I'm not a pineapple burger person. Good for you, avocado. Don't go. I like Jollibee. I like the hot dogs and the biscotti. Oh, Gary, that's what I don't like. I like the hamburgers are okay. I mean, I don't mind the hamburgers a little. The hamburgers in America are different than the one in the Philippines. I like the little simple Joy burgers in the Philippines. I don't mind the chicken. I don't like the spicy chicken, but the chicken's good. I don't like the rice. The mashed potatoes are okay. They're instant mashed potatoes, but they're okay. But I like the fruit pies. The mango fruit pie. Woo-wee! Smoke me some fruit pie. I like me some fruit pie. I'm telling you. And in the Philippines, they're cheap. In America, they're expensive, like $3 each. In the Philippines, you can get like 20 of them, $3. I like them. I don't even know if there's one in my city. There's not. They're not. There's not one where you are. Closest one to you would probably be Chicago or Dallas. Tim doesn't like the red hot dogs. Me either. I'm not a Philippine hot dog connoisseur. Now, I've had them, and, I wasn't, I've hated them, and I liked them. So it's kind of weird for me. KFC, it is, Gary. The chicken in the Philippines, because they're using Philippine chicken, so KFC in the Philippines is really good because they use Philippine chicken, not American chicken. Red hot dogs, yes, young lady, yes. Cricket is in the house. Membership, y'all forgot about me. That you should post me to remember and go live stream for my Happy New Year with you guys. Well, that's right, we're close. A few more days. Look, you're a member now. Avocados, so be excited. You became a member. Well, that's fair, yeah. I don't know. I've had the redhead, and because I'm a big hot dog fan. I like a good hot dog. And there's been times I've had them and went, this is disgusting. And then I've had one and went, oh, not bad. They don't have them in St. Louis, like 2 hours from me. Yeah, I don't think there's one in St. Louis, a Jollibee in St. Louis. They're mainly out west and in Texas. They're starting in Florida pretty heavily. And I think Chicago has them. I don't think there's any in Missouri. Let me look. Don't forget the thumbs up. Thank you, Gary, for that. That's right. Give us a thumbs up and a big shout out because we need it. We're trying to become the next Mr. Beast. We're trying to raise $5 million so I never have to work again. Let me look at Jollibee locations in America. Yeah, they have it in Dallas, Texas. We've been to that one. It's technically in Plano, Texas. But yes, that's the one we go to because it's the closest. They have right now 109 locations in the United States. They even have some in Canada. They got 80 more locations coming. They got them in Arizona, Hawaii, 5. New York has 7. Texas has 7. California has 33. Illinois has 4. Jersey, Oregon, Virginia, Florida, Maryland, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Washington only. If we had a Jollibee close to us, we would go to it, maybe once a month, maybe twice a month. Jamie says, I have zero desire to go back to Chicago. Me too. I have no desire to go back to Chicago. Pat's giving us a shout out. Thank you for that. Ringing that bell, subscribing to the channel. That's great. If you haven't already become a member, do that. I'm also selling topless photos of myself. If you want a topless photo of me, I have them for sale. So like and share, everybody, yes. So Jollibee's okay. You know, I mean, they're popular. Every time we go to one, it's packed in America. But they are putting a lot in Florida. Florida is the kind of their, and they got 81 locations are open and coming soon. They got a bunch coming soon. So Texas, where's Florida? Here's Florida. In Florida, they got them in Jacksonville, Orlando, Pembroke Pines, and Pinellas Park. We're going to go to Florida again one of these days. Yeah. Yep. Tim says Jollibee in San Antonio, Texas had a line that took over 8 hours to get served. I believe it. We went to Jollibee in Plano, Texas when it first opened up, maybe a month or two later, and it was still swamped. But when we went there a few weeks ago, it was crazy. I mean, it was still busy as ever. Busy. They're raking in the money now. Shout out to Bud. I would like to talk to him again about something. You mean Bud from Tennessee? I haven't seen him a lot lately. Bud that used to come on, and he's the nice old guy from Tennessee or Indiana, right? Is that the one, Gary? Kind of a country boy? Yeah, I know. I mean, when they, yeah. I believe that, Tim, when I was living in Texas years ago, In and Out, yeah, In and Out was, yeah. Whataburger was the same one. The first time they had a Whataburger in our part of the country, it's the same way. Now, I do like Whataburger's onion rings. I think they got the best onion rings. Yes, but not long. Well, he's not as old as you, Gary, but there's not many that are. But yes, good guy though, Gary. He was a good guy. Yes, Bud is from Tennessee. I haven't seen him in a long time. Yeah, Jamie knows him because he used to come on those other live streams. I'm the old guy. You are, Gary. Avocado, they are overrated. Jollibees, yeah, they are. They're overrated. They're hype. They're selling a fantasy. But you got to remember, everything's a fantasy, right? When we sell a house, we're selling a fantasy. When we sell chicken at Jollibee, we're selling the fantasy of getting to be a part of the Philippines again. So it's really not about the food. It's about the fantasy that it invokes. Going to your favorite childhood restaurant, like Baskin Robbins when I was a kid. The fantasy of getting to go have a choice of 31 flavors, was a big deal. Now I'm old, I don't really care about any of them. But that's what they're selling. They may have, some have good products and some don't. In-N-Out Burger is overrated. So is Whataburger. I think all of the hamburger joints are overrated. I'm not impressed by any of them. I just like the onion rings at Whataburger, but they're expensive. Dennis says, yes, my fantasy is different. I know. See? Pat says, they say we have a Jollibee in Indianapolis and it doesn't show. No, you don't have one there. There's not one in Indiana. Gary, it's good to be an old guy in the Philippines. Your priority line? Yes. Yeah. And the Asian countries, if you're old, you get a lot of respect. It made me feel bad because when we were living there, the same shit happened to me. And I didn't like it. Because one, I'm not old, and two, I don't need any help. But they were always like, oh, senior citizen, like, what the fuck, what don't you understand, Gary? I'm sorry. Pat, what is it that you don't understand? About Jollibee locations in Indiana? I don't think they have one in Indiana. They got one in Maryland, which is fairly close, I guess. New York. Washington, Pennsylvania has one, but Illinois has 4. But there's definitely not one in. There may be one coming to Indiana. Whataburger's good, Tim says. I think they're just average. I mean, they're not. It's just like a hamburger. To me, it's like, yeah, it's a hamburger. I mean, how hard is it to make a damn hamburger? I don't get any respect. Roger Dangerfield, remember him? Roger Dangerfield, the comedian. I check, it says you do? Really? Where are you checking at? Jollibee? Rodney Dangerfield. I heard the grandson who grandpa owned Chris Mexican restaurant is coming back. I've never heard of Chris Mexican restaurants. Never heard of those. In Indianapolis, Indiana. How about the Three Guys? Three Guys is they're all just average to me. I mean, we eat a lot of Jimmy John sandwiches because I like their bread, but it's just average. It's just good bread. Chi Mexican food? I've never heard of it. I don't think we've ever had it down south. I've never had it like here. Chi. No, never heard of that. Maybe I'll look it up real quick. Chi restaurant. I'll probably type in Chi and get some kind of weird porn site. Tex-Mex restaurant chain making a comeback. 2 decades. Yeah. They're coming back. Yeah, I've never been to one of those. But if one opens up around here, I'll definitely go. So, Pat, where are you seeing that they're going to have one in Indiana? They gave you a free sombrero for your birthday? Well, I want one of those. Pat remembers it. I love Waffle House and down south. Well, I am a weird guy too, Gary. I like breakfast restaurants like Waffle House. One, I like Belgian waffles really well, like IHOP and things. And they always have good coffee. And I don't really like coffee, but I like coffee there because it tastes like coffee. So I like breakfast joints because I think they're just, I don't know. I don't mind going to those. If they open one, you need to do it live from their avocado, says to Pat. Yeah. Nisha's in the house. Hello, everybody. This is our good friend, Nisha. Nisha, if you didn't notice, Dennis provided you with a membership to the channel. So thank you for coming and seeing us. Lorelai was happy to talk to you the other night. She was excited that she got to talk to you for a couple of minutes. I was looking it up and it says that we have Jollibee in Indianapolis, Indiana. Wow. Kanisha's in the house from New York. Kanisha from New York. I am back. That's odd. It says, yeah, I'm looking at the official Jollibee website. That's where I'm at. I'm on Jollibee's website, American Jollibee. Denny's is a great restaurant, open 24 hours. Yes, except for the time that they refuse to serve black people. But other than that, they're pretty good. Now, Denny's is okay. I do like IHOP better, or Waffle House. Good coffee, yes. Yep, I saw that too. Who gave it? Dennis. Dennis gave it to you. Hello. Hi, Indian Einstein from the man, the myth, the legend, Dennis. Kanisha's asking where my wife is. You missed her. She was on the live stream through the chat a little while ago, but she's at work slaving away so that we can pay our electricity. Oh, nice. Dennis from Avocado. Yes. Hi, Dennis from Nisha. Martire. Yes, Jamie, it's the best. It is. I like it. And I'm not I don't do Starbucks. I just like a cup of coffee that has some sugar and cream in it. I don't want all the other weird stuff. Waffle House used to tell about a storm recovery in financial circles. Really? Waffle House used to tell about storm recovery in finance. All right. Dennis says, hello, Indian Einstein, the young, the beautiful, the myth, the legend, the Nisha. Oh, thank God of the donation, yes. Dennis likes that. I saw that, Tim, interesting documentary. I never saw the documentary. So it's a documentary, Tim? I'm going to write it down inside and see if I can find it. I am, because now I'm curious. Used to tell them about storm recovery. You know me, I love documentaries. Tim says, hello, Nisha, good to see you. Hello, Tim. Gary, is your wife at work? Yes, she's at work. Is she a waitress at one of the places over? No. No, but I'll tell you a funny thing. No, my wife works in accounting at a company, a big company. But we were out the Asian buffet place yesterday, right? And the buffet was for Christmas dinner was $30 a head, right? And you just got, and the place was packed. And I bet you the waitress walked away with $500 to $600 in tips for one day's work. $500 to $600 at least. I counted head, just thinking the turnover. If everybody only gave her 10% of all these people that she had to take care of, we give 20, 25% because we know them and we like them and they treat us really, really well. So I can only imagine that lady probably, walked away with, $500-600. That really good. Yes, Kenesha says, I went moments. What? You went, yeah. You have a membership now, Kenesha. Oh, wait. Oh, I want one. Hello, Kenesha. PAC new agencies used it. Okay. I'm going to Google it and see what I can find about it, Tim. Hey, Nisha. Good to see you. Kanisha. Hi, how are you doing, Pat? Kanisha. We have Nisha and Kanisha. Kanisha is from New York, and our good friend Nisha is from India. She has the same birthday as my wife, but she's a lot younger than my wife. How are you doing? Nisha, we showed a whole bunch of pictures of Lorelai when she was young like you earlier in the live stream. She was on here through the chat and sent me some pictures of her when she was young. So if you want to see those, you can just kind of back the live stream up and you can find them. Hey, Pat, how are you from Nisha? Nisha, the member, Pat, doing good, Nisha. So they build Waffle Houses around impact areas down south that got hit by hurricanes. There's a whole team that scout zones to figure out. Okay, Jamie, why? Why would they do that? Because I know they're easy to put up, they're quick. Why? Was it because they can make a lot of money real quick? I know McDonald's is a real estate company, not a food company. Doing good, Kenesha. Pat says, everybody give us a thumbs up, by the way, if you haven't done it. We're almost to 20 thumbs ups tonight. That's great. Nisha says, I am doing good. Now my nephew is out of the hospital. That's excellent. We're glad to hear that. Kenesha, the nephew is out. David, if you give too much money on tips and they have all the holiday parties at your house, you will never say, yeah. That's why I e-beg. I can't save any money. Just see what my wife got for Christmas and what she's buying herself for her birthday. That's enough money to buy a house in the Philippines. So there's no way I'm going to save this money. That's why I'm e-begging, hoping somebody will be kind enough just to give me $5 million. That's why. I just need $5 million. That's all. That's all, Gary. American money, not pesos. 5 million will do it. That's why I e-beg. I don't need $1 here and $1 there. I need $5 million all at one shot. Elon Musk, if you're listening, Donald, if you're listening, some of you other rich people like the Amazon guy and the Apple guy and the IB guy and all those other rich guys, if you're listening, all I need is 5 million. You probably got it in your wallet, you know. Yeah, it's something to do with letting people know that if a Waffle House is closed, you better stay home because, oh, I got you. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, it's a good time to do it. If everything's wiped out, the people have to eat somewhere. So, you know, I know when we got hit by the tornado here a couple of years ago, it wiped out. Our local Waffle Hut got damaged, but they bulldozed the whole entire thing down and they built another one in its place. And it was up and running, I mean, in less than 30 days. They had that Waffle Hut built in 30 days. I'm too generous in the Philippines. I need to learn Filipino way. My girlfriend is always mad at me for doing it. Gary, what you need to learn, and I teach this, Dennis and I are going to start teaching classes, is what Dennis and I are going to do. What you need to learn are remember, Gary, and I know I've told you this, these important words, most important words you'll ever need to know living in the Philippines. 2 words. No budget. No budget. That's all you got to do. No budget, no budget, no budget. I tried hard in the beginning to explain to people why we're not going to buy this, why we're not going to do that. I felt like I was talking to a brick wall, so I finally learned just to say no budget, and they went, oh, okay. You know, so you don't want to know anything. So, no, just say no budget, and then laugh. 12-step, no budget, that's right. 12-step about no budget, and 12-step on how to get healthy from becoming Americanized. 99 pesos for a haircut, I get, well, no, that's all right. Lorelai would get mad at me too when we were living there, Gary. You know, they would go do something, and I'd be stuck at home, and she would order me grab off of her phone, order me food, right? And so she's like, well, here's the money. You just give him this, you know, when he gets here. And I'm like, well, you know, this is like 200 pesos. Well, I'd give him like 300 pesos or 400. And I'm like, I don't care. To me, it was still so much cheaper. And I felt the guy had to bust his butt to get through traffic to get to us. He deserves some extra money. So Laura like, no, you're tipping way too much. You're tipping way. I'm like, nah, you know, if I was on the scooter trying to drag food through the Philippines traffic, you know. Avocado, I thought 2 words to say would be, I'm broke. Yeah. Well, they don't understand that, you know, but they understand no budget. And I'm serious about that. That's the word they use when they're broke or they don't want to do anything. They just say no budget. You know, it's kind of like when they say sponsor, which I hate the word sponsor. Sponsor, they're looking for a sponsor. That means like if you're having a birthday, they will publicly ask for a sponsor for their birthday. That means you're going to pay for their birthday celebration. What? Why would you ask me to pay for your birthday celebration? That's not right. You want to ask me to be that's not right. That's not how I interpret the word sponsor. So, only give what you can afford to lose. I agree, and never worry about it if it comes back or not. But I really didn't have a problem paying the guys on those little scooters bringing me food. You know, look, you know what I mean? I really didn't. I thought they deserved it. And the guy that came and got the trash, same damn thing. You know, I did the washing. I had a little old lady that kept asking to do my laundry, but I did my laundry because I was bored. Only give what you can afford. Yes, no budget. Walling budget. Yeah. Number 1, maybe, hey, Dennis, maybe we can do this as a side hustle. Maybe we can start making t-shirts up and sell them that say no budget with a big Philippine flag and no budget across it. Maybe that's our money making. Okay, I'm going to copyright that idea. And then we're going to sell them to all the Americans. No budget. And they can walk around. We'll put it on the back and on the front. A Philippine flag and the words no budget. Here it says, yes, I've experienced a sponsor deal. Me too. I don't like it. Nobody paid for my birthday party. I agree. You know, it just, I don't know. I find it, but then again, you know, the world I come from, I had a lot of sponsors, corporate sponsors. So, and they give you something for something in return. You know, they sponsor my conference, or they give me a product to give away. In return, I let them set up a booth at my conference, and they donate money to my scholarships fund, right? So it's a give and take. But in the Philippine world, they just want you to pay for the damn birthday. No, what do I get? You know? So nobody paid for my birthday. I had to go to Dallas and have Lorelai buy a purse on my birthday. You know, I had to drive 2 days and, sleep in a strange bed and drive in a car that hurt my back, on my birthday. So, yes, I'm going to bitch and whine, whether you like it or not. But now we got new seat padding for the car. Remember, for Christmas, if you see the video, we got a purple pad from Purple Mattresses. I should show you that one of these days. But I got a purple seat pad from the Purple Mattress people, because we have a purple mattress and we really love the purple mattress. So I got one of these seat things, and man, it is nice. It's a gel type thing. And then we got another one for the lumbar part, that's really good quality too. Because in Lorelai's car, the seats it's a top end car. It's the nicest Subaru you can get. But it doesn't have great luxury, comfortable seats like a Lincoln or one of those type of cars. So it hurts my back to drive more than 3 hours. Just started raining in the Philippines. Nice. Go out and take your shower. It's free. Wasn't there a news article about companies sourcing out there super cheap? Really sad. Yeah. Well, they do, the Philippines, if you're asking about the Philippines has a large call center. They do call centers. So a lot of people outsource their call centers to the Philippines and India. Yeah, if you're lucky, you can get a dish of pancit. I'm not a big pancit fan. I'm okay with it. I'll eat a little bit of it every time. I really like rice noodles, the vermicelli noodles. But I'm not a big pancit fan. I'm just like, I think, I know it's just noodles and vegetables with some meat, and it's good, but it's just, what's a birthday party? Yeah, exactly. I didn't have one. Lorelai's having one in the spring. Adults ask for money in America, children ask in the Philippines. Why are the adults asking for money, Gary? We get hit up by adults when we're living there, and even now. So, and then they expect you to put a money roll in the cake. Remember that, Gary? You guys know that? How they put the money in the cake so that they can pull it out? I don't like that either. That's weird. I get it, but I know the money is wrapped up so it doesn't contaminate the cake and the cake doesn't contaminate it, but I don't find it intriguing. I don't find it fun or interesting pulling money out of a cake. That's just, Pat says, I remember that too. Money, cake, it is. But then again, it's an American thing. I don't think people should know about money issues. So it's kind of like, and I think they only do it to brag. The person who sponsored the cake or bought the cake is the one that put the money in. And everybody knows that Auntie Blue is the one that did it. So Auntie Blue gets to brag how much money I have because I get to pull it, the kid gets to pull it out of the cake. I think it's just a bragging thing. And I'm not into that. I think that's all it is. Filipino love money cakes. They do, of course. Just give me the money. Put it in an envelope. Gary, if you want to give me money, you can hit me up on PayPal. Go directly to my account. Or you can just give it to me in an envelope. You don't got to put it in a cake. When we go to weddings and things, I just put money in an envelope with a card and give it. Just give me the... we don't need a spectacle. That's what I guess I look at. I don't like the spectacle. But that's just me. Nice thing about being an adult, go buy a birthday cake. They don't ask for proof of the birthday. There you go. I like that. Well, Jamie Tim says, nice thing about being an adult, go buy a birthday cake. They don't ask for proof. You don't got to prove what your birthday is or ask for, like, buying booze. Money cake sounds unsanitary. What it is they got like a roll. They make a hole in the cake when they make the cake, and they got this tube, and they take money and they lay it out flat, like one after the other, but it's in saran wrap. So they saran wrap it and they roll it up. So they lay it out like a $1 bill, another $1 bill, a $10 bill, $20 bill, and they mix match, but it's in a long line and it's covered up with plastic, rolled up into a roll, and then it's attached to something on top of the cake like this, and when you pull it, the money starts to come out. It comes and starts to unroll. So it's not really unsanitary, it's just weird. I don't know. Also in the Philippines, if they have cake, a person that bought the cake signs the cake. Yes, I know. Lorelai got mad a couple times because we bought cakes for her nieces and nephews and for her sister, because her sister didn't have the money to buy the birthday cake. And her sister refused to put Lorelai's name on it. And I didn't care. This is years ago. And I'm like, well, I don't really give a shit if our name's on it or not. She's like, no. And so they had to start, sponsored by or put our names on it. And it was a big deal. They had a big dust up about it. And Lorelai set them straight. Look, my husband is giving you money to buy this cake, by God, I gave money in the Philippines in envelopes one time. Nice. I don't give money no more. Yes, I know what they... You know what they say, sharing is caring, yeah. Especially if you're on the receiving end, Jamie. Share with me and I will care about it. Unsanitary, that is, yeah. And what Gary is saying, unsanitary, that is really funny, because if you eat food in the Philippines, it makes you think twice about ever eating food, or in other countries. Because, Gary, I know where Gary's going with that. The cake, the money cake, is probably one of the more sanitary things there is. It's probably one of the safest things there is. Never give money to someone you've never met, Tim says. Absolutely. You're right on that, Tim. Well, I give it to the government. I've never met the government. I give it to the damn utility company, and I don't know who gets that. But when we've been on cruise ships, which we don't get to go on this year or next year because we're broke, which is sad because I really wanted to go on one. But when we run into, we tip extra if we get really good service, even though the tips are already part of it, the gratuity. But I keep envelopes, and I'll put, their name on it and put some money in it and give it to them so that nobody else sees how much money is in it. Because I think it's important for people not to know how much money you give somebody. So Jamie's asking, so you pay for the cake, then you put money in it. Do you get the money from other people to put in it, or does it all fall on one person? Before they ice the cake, they lay the money on top of the cake. It sounds like money baked cake is. Well, Jamie, it depends. You can have more than one or a co-sponsor, I guess, because they want to be called a sponsor. If I'm the one who bought the cake and set it up to be a money cake, it's inside the cake, and you pull it out of the cake, it just comes out of the cake. So it's in a roll, and as you pull it, it unrolls. So the sponsor is the one that buys the cake and puts the money in the cake. Now, where they get the money from, they can get it from other people. They want to be a part of that. But usually, I buy the cake, I put the money in it. If you eat Philippine foods and live, you don't need to worry about COVID. Tim says, if you eat Philippine food and you live, you don't need to worry about COVID. If you eat Filipino food and you live, you don't worry about sanitary. I used to give the tooth fairy, now I give the AC fairy. The arm candy fairy, yes. Sounds like weird though, no offense. No, it's not. It's pretty simple. Operation. Logistically, inside the cake, it's not that big of a deal at all. I just don't like the bragging, and bothers me. You know, it's kind of like, look at me, I'm giving this person all of this money because everybody knows who bought the cake because they're the cake sponsor, right? So they're the big chief and they want to be praised and worshiped because and I don't like that. That's what bothers me. Gary says, you have to be careful. If you don't sign, you give the cake, someone else will take. Yeah, Gary's right. Part of the custom is why it's important for you to sign. And this is what Lorelai and her sister got into it, is if they don't put her name on it, then they take credit for it. And when they didn't buy it, and that's offensive, when, she runs around and says, oh, look at this beautiful cake my kids have, she's pretending that she bought it when really Lorelai bought it. And that's a bad thing. And that's normal. That's how that is. Avocados, we just buy sheep cake or make Betty Crocker cake and give them a box and tell them to go for it. That's right. That's right. So that's kind of what a big part of it is who they don't want somebody to take fake credit. That's what it is. It's a real big thing not to claim credit from somebody else because they all want the credit for stuff they don't do. Or they want the credit to be blown up way out of proportion. AB on fire, she is. Because she's smoking hot. Remember, Dennis? So that's kind of what it is. And that just irritates me because I do a lot, but nobody knows it. I don't want anybody to know it. I don't need credit. Maybe it's because of our age, but I don't need to be recognized. I used to tell my boss at the college, because I did a lot of things, and I got a governor's proclamation. I got numerous awards, which is great. But my boss would always say, oh my God, this and that. I said, look, don't give me a stupid award. I don't care. Give me money. I don't need to be recognized. I need to be paid. So I have a little bit different perspective. I just want to be paid. I don't give a shit what you call me. Because there was a big debate at a time. Well, look, we started a new system. You can be called professor or this or that, and you get these rankings. And it's all in the name and how you're addressed. And I'm like, does it pay any more money for me to do all of this to get a higher rank? Well, no. Then the hell that. Same thing with being in lines at the cashiers in the Philippines. Have to stand close or other people will jump. Yeah, they will. Yeah. 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 It's kind of crazy, guys. It just kind of is. But that's my hang-ups like that. I get why the Filipinos do it. But as an old American, I don't give a shit. I don't care. I really don't. It's like we do the Rice for Life. Oh, by the way, I want to thank everybody. We raised some good money, and the Rice for Life program is done. The money's in the Philippines. They're getting the rice. I think we did about $500 worth of rice. That's going to go out at New Year's. So thank everybody for that. But it's kind of like all of that. We don't need the credit. I don't want the credit. But the people on the ground in the Philippines, if they want to take credit for organizing, and they are, and they should, and they deserve credit for all the work they're going to be doing for Rice for Life, right? They deserve all. I don't need any credit. I don't need any recognition. And if they want it, they should have it. Yeah, it's called being humble. I donate 12 Christmas trees from Hobby Lobby to a church years ago. I got them at 90. Wow. They asked to buy one. The tax break said, nah, for families from my heart. There you go. I'm just not, I just don't, maybe when I was younger I did. I don't know if it's an age or a maturity thing, but I don't need to be sucked up to anymore. I really don't. I just don't. I don't care. And when I was still teaching, I just wanted the money. Hey, this is great that the governor of Arkansas is recognizing me for everything I've done, in the labor department, blah, 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 blah. Hey, this is great. We got a proclamation, Yay, me. It's great on the resume, but who gives a shit? There's no money in it. So, very special. It's very good-hearted. Oh, yes. Pat likes it too. So, very good. exciting stuff. I don't know. But it's kind of, I don't know. It's just weird. It's like the first, let me tell you, it drives me crazy. So on New Year's Day, because, in the Philippines, we do New Year's Eve differently than American. We have a lot of little traditions we have to do. We have to do 13 fruits. We have to have gold coins, rice, coins in jars, open up all the windows, have biscotti, have, I don't know, ham, all kinds of shit that we're not going to eat. So we have to put on a big food spread for the customs of the Philippines for New Year's night, right? So that's what we have to do. 13 fruits in the winter, round fruits. They got to be round, so it can't be a banana. It has to be round like apples or watermelon, round water. It has to be round fruit. You know how hard it is to find 13 round fruits in middle America during the winter? So, volunteer at homeless shelters, abuse shelters, give away free food. I always ask if I can sign up anonymously. Like, don't get into the, yeah, I agree. But the day after, they're supposedly having and this is what I mean. They're supposedly having Lorelai said they're going to have a pajama dance party at our house because some of the girls do TikTok and they think they're TikTok stars. And they like how Lorelai's tree looks. And so they're going to do TikTok dancing in front of a different Christmas tree, ours. So they're kind of like using our location. They don't really like Lorelai probably. I don't know if they do it or maybe they do. I don't know. But to me, it's all about, that. But they are supposed to eat their leftover food for that. I'm going to video it or YouTube it. Maybe I'll do a live stream. I know. It's the makeup girls and the makeup girls is what I call them. Those girls that wear so much makeup you can't see their faces. So, but they're, yeah, I'm sure Lorelai's going to have a good time karaoke and dancing, but I just think it's weird. 13 round fruits, biscotti, pancit, that's right, Pollock book. That's right, you got to have all those things. You got to have an abundance. And I keep trying to get Lorelai, okay, great. Let's make a small dish, because there's only two of us, a pancit. Let's make a small, no. Like, oh my God. It's just going to go to waste. And that's not good to waste money before New Year. Especially when we spend as much money as we do on everything else. Charge a fee. I'll do it. How much should we charge, Dennis? $199? $199? So they are going to do it for views on TikTok. Yes, pretty much. And I figure, and a couple of the girls are probably just coming to do it, It's only one or two of them that think they're TikTok stars. But they're not, They do the same dance over and over and over and over and over. So it's like they're just repeating the same thing on TikTok, And I don't know how many followings they have, but they watch us. They watch my stuff. So I don't know, but yes. They're trying to be influencers. That's correct. I just call them the makeup girls because they wear so much makeup, it's unbelievable. But whatever, I talk shit, but we'll let them come. Have a cake and remember to sign it like being back home in the Philippines. That's right. $5 a person. Tell them the money goes towards food and headaches. Yeah, a lot of headaches because it'll be noisy here. Well, I'm going to live stream it. I'm going to turn the camera this way and get a broad view. And I'm going to set it up like we do for Halloween. And I'm just going to let the live stream run, watching these girls. Lorelai will run the live stream. So that's what I'm going to do. Maybe to get me some views, right? I don't know. Get me some cheap donations. But I don't know. They're having a pajama party. That's what they're calling it. I don't know how many girls there are. It's probably only 3 to 6, maybe 7. I think they're right now they're all fighting with each other. So they're having problems with each other. They're all trying to kiss ass. I don't know. It's just weird. But on Saturday, they will all pretend like they all like each other. And then they'll go home and bitch and complain about each other. Say, oh, that person's shitty. This person's shitty. But during the pajama party, or the Halloween party, or the Christmas party, or the summer party, or this party, They will all pretend that how great they are. Well, I have donuts. I don't know. I doubt it. I'm not doing, Gary, here's what I decided. I'm not going to the party tomorrow. Two, I didn't go to the party the last time. And for the pajama party, I'm not cooking anything. I'm not doing anything special. Not my deal. Lorelai has to figure it all out. So no donuts. But I wouldn't mind having a donut. I haven't had a donut in a very, very, very long time. I've never heard of any adults having, yeah. That's because they need to be videoed. And they'll do karaoke. So they're going to wear Christmas pajamas and do karaoke and try to do TikTok is what they're trying to do, I guess. I like Dunkin' Donuts. Scotty's in the house. Hello, Dave and PAC. That's right. Good to see you, Scotty. How are you, my friend? Everybody say hello to Scotty, by the way. Say hello to Scotty. No donuts, but I like donuts. I haven't had any. I should get some donuts. See, everybody should get donuts. I haven't had a donut in a long time. I've been really craving a Belgian waffle. Lorelai doesn't get up early, and she doesn't like American breakfast food anyway. But I wish I had a buddy that I could get up like at 6 a.m. with and go have a Belgian waffle and some bacon. You know. Karaoke. Yeah, they're going to karaoke and dance. Tim says, hello there, Scotty boy. How are you? Pat says hello to you, Scotty. Scotty, thank you for the thumbs up, by the way. We're having a great night. Dennis gave away a bunch of memberships earlier. We've bitched and complained about everything. We've talked about everything. We showed a whole bunch of sexy women earlier if you want to see them. So, man, we've had a big live stream, you know. We've solved problems of the world that nobody even knew existed, you know, Scotty. Dennis and I came up with the fact that we need to have a 12-step program to bring Filipinas from being Americanized back to being Filipina. So we need to, maybe you can help with that, Scotty. Drive-by Dunkin' Donuts, yes. I like donuts with raspberry filling, or yeah, me too. I like those too. I haven't had one in years, me either. Scotty, might be a good video unless David is walking through the video in his pajamas. Well, I don't wear pajamas. That's where we're going to raise some real money. Because you guys are going to see some skin. And if you don't want to see that skin, you better super chat. Or I'm going to dance in front of that camera. We're going to order donuts for lunch. Nice, Gary. Have them delivered COD in the Philippines. Miss Avocado says, hello, Scotty. So, yeah. Now, we do have a new French bakery that opened up close to us. Really good. They're super busy. They sell out early. But I was able to get in there and get a couple things about a month or two ago. And those French pastries are really good and nice. I'm telling you, he does a good job. A little pricey, but he opens up like at 5:30 or 6, maybe it's 6. And he's out of product by 10. So 4-hour window. You got to get your ass in there. You got to line up. Miss Ovens says, oh my God, I just choked on my hot cocoa. Thanks. Well, you know, anything to help. How about cinnamon and sugar-coated donut? No, I'm not into cinnamon. I don't like the white powdery donuts either. I don't like the little ones that has the chocolate, the fake plastic chocolate. I'm not into those little bite-sized ones. I like the coconut one of that one. I'm not into cinnamon. I have to wear my blinders. Yes, I know. So it keeps you focused. Blinders keep you focused. So that way you can follow me around everywhere I go, Scotty. Damn, you got me on those delicious, yes. I like Jamie said, I like the ones that are stuffed. I don't like Long Johns. I like the round ones that have the raspberry filling in it. And then I like a blueberry donut. Some places make a really good blueberry cake donut. That's really good. I like that one. Now I'm hungry. I got brownie mix in the kitchen. I was going to make brownies today, but you guys have kept me on the live stream forever. We're going to have lumpia and rice for lunch. Love lumpia. It's my favorite, one of my favorites. I'm becoming an expert in it. Donuts for dessert. Nice. Donut holes are good. I like donut holes. I like popping them. They're good. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. I'm not into fruit filled. I like cream filled. Yeah, the cream is good too. The Bavarian cream or something in them, those are good too. I just don't like the Long John version. I just like the round version. Miss Avocado says, I tried the maple bacon donut at Burger King I had years ago. It's so great. Yeah, that wouldn't be my thing either. You know. The Croissant Bros in the house. What's up? How you doing? Haven't been talking to you in a while. Yeah, good to see you. Thank you for the thumbs up coming in. Everybody say hello to our good friends there. How are you? What's going on? We're just getting past Christmas. We survived Christmas. So now we're on our way to New Year. So, but you missed the show. We had a lot of beautiful women on the live stream earlier. You missed all of that. So, but we're doing good. We hope you're doing good. We are, indeed. Dennis, our good friend Dennis, gave out a bunch of memberships today. So, what's going on? I wouldn't like that either. But man, I would like to have a good donut, a fresh, hot donut. Krispy Kreme donuts were a big deal. And they're good donuts, but they're not a big deal. Dunkin' Donuts are okay. I mean, but I do like just a simple sugar glazed hot one, a warm one like it just came out. Bacon doesn't belong in, I agree. Bacon is great. And we love bacon. But it doesn't belong. Croissant Brothers, yes. I like croissants. I'm a big fan of croissants. So, I tried those avocado. They are gross. Yeah, I wouldn't try them. I mean, a maple donut, I've had a maple flavored donut, and they're really good, you know, like the maple syrup type thing. Woo, yeah, yes, yes. I have a book title, The Donut Book. What's it about? Gary, what's the book about? Too sweet and sticky? Yeah. That's why I like that blueberry one. It's not sticky and too sweet, but it tastes like blueberry cake. I like that one. Christmas does not end until February in the Philippines. I know, but I'm in America. It ends January the 2nd. Christmas is over on the 2nd of January. Shit's going to get packed up and put back in the garage. Gary, you have done any more poetry? Yeah. Gary should do some artwork. Gary's great at work. Maybe you could draw Lorelai and I sometime, Gary, or paint us. What did I get? I got a couple of watches. I got a couple new watches, and that's about it. I got some new watches. My wife got a Louis Vuitton purse and another purse from some other company I didn't know about, but apparently is expensive too. And then she got some lipstick from Denor. So she got a lot of good stuff. So, you like my glasses? Thank you. They're really cool glasses. It's about the history of donuts, Gary. Okay, I'll have to check that one out. These glasses are very cool. They actually change colors. Not only do the lens change color with the sunlight, but the frames change color to a multicolored blue and brown when I go out in the sun. So they're very cool glasses, actually. It makes me look cool. So that way when I wear a blue hat out in the sun, they match. If I wear a brown hat out in the sun, they match. Well, kinda. I don't have any to sell, and I haven't found any to flip. You know what I mean? So I haven't found any good deals where I could make any money off of anything in a while. So, no, not lately, but I still got a whole crap load of watches. I like watches. And I got 2 more for Christmas. With pictures, very interesting. Okay, that's cool. I didn't even plug in a Christmas lights yesterday, Tim says. Well, that's good. That's smart. History of the donut would be my belly, and history because, no, we know the Indian. That's right, I've eaten the donut. I got a new chicken. It's called Silky. All right, Silky the chicken. I can get into that. Lynn and the kids are about the 3rd church Christmas party right now. Yeah, Lorelai's going to another one tomorrow. So I get it. Lorelai's been to 4 or 5 Christmas parties, and she goes to one tomorrow. And then they're having a pajama party on the 1st at our house. a karaoke pajama party. I'm gonna live stream that. Has anyone tried bacon homemade Snickers bar? No, Pat. Never heard of it, and I don't want it. I like Snickers though. Gary, how many hats do I have? Not enough. I need some new hats, and this is the honest truth. I need, you guys all know what flat caps are. These are flat caps, all right? I need to get a couple more of these in different colors. I need a light blue one, and I need a dark blue one, but I need a light blue one and a dark blue one. So I need a couple more of these. And then, of course, I need more fedoras. So I need more fedoras. I need more straw type hats that breathe for the summer. So I got a lot, maybe 25 to 50, I don't know, but I need more. I got over 200 tropical shirts. Some fit me, some don't, but I got over 200 tropical shirts right now. I need to start wearing more of them. The bro says, yeah, they don't have very good eyesight, but they do have little cute afro. That's cool. So it's a fancy chicken. I got a relative that used to have those fancy chickens, and she raised them in her house and put diapers on them. Air quality index is bad now. Bummer. Get that air purifier going, Tim. My aunt made that from Kentucky. Ew, yuck. Sounds interesting. Avocado says it might sound interesting. I tried it, not too bad. Bacon, homemade Snicker bar. So bacon and chocolate and peanut butter? Is that what you're talking about, Pat? I like bacon. And I like bacon and cheese. And I like bacon and tomatoes and bacon and potatoes. And I like bacon and bacon. And I like bacon, bacon, and bacon. But bacon in a Snickers bar? I don't think I could do that. I don't like sweet on meat. I don't like that. Tim, I haven't seen any fedoras. Yes, I love fedoras. They're my favorite. I use the flat caps during the winter, the fedoras during the summer a lot. I need some more fedoras. I need more tropical ones, more like a Panama style. I got plenty of dress fedoras. I need a white fedora. I need a really nice, clean white fedora is what I really need. I mean, a nice one. So, traditional fedora or a stingy brim fedora. I don't have one. I don't have my stingy brims. Or a stingy brim white fedora is what I'd really like. But I need a few more flat caps of different colors. I do. And the one black flat cap that I use all the time, I need to replace it. No peanut butter in it. Okay, no peanut butter. It wasn't bad. All right, I'm gonna believe you. It's bacon wrapped around a cookie in it, Pat, right? Is bacon wrapped around or cooked in it? Yeah, what? Yeah. Bacon is inside of the candy bar, like mixed into it, into the candy bar. I like bacon and avocado. That's a really good combination if you didn't know that. Using avocado and bacon and some cheese and tomato, man, that's a really good combination. Let's Google it. Yeah, okay. What are we calling it? Okay. We got to Google this. How do we search for it? Like maybe bacon Snicker bars? Got to go to lunch now. We are ordering today. Thanks for the live stream. Appreciate you, Gary. I enjoyed all the conversation today. Thank you, David. Happy New Year to you too, my friend. It's good to see you, Gary. Everybody say goodbye to Gary. He's a good guy. He's a really good guy. And we appreciate Gary. And it's good to know that you're doing well. And we appreciate you, Gary, more than you know. I think it's better pairing the avocado. Yes. Yeah, Miss Avocado and bacon would go together, right? Is that what you're saying, Dennis? It's not sold in stores. Oh, so somebody made it, Pat? So it's kind of like a homemade thing? They do got some bacon flavored candy bars. I'm Googling it, you know. They do got some. Yeah, they got bacon flavored candy bars. Anytime, Gary. And there is a recipe out here for bacon candy. There's some recipes out here on how to make bacon into candy and with chocolate. So a lot of candy bars pre-made like from, you know, stores, but then there's also recipes to make bacon into candy bars, homemade, and pieces of candy. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. About $10 a bar starting. Yeah. Yeah. It's out there. Chocolate and bacon. I don't know if I would eat it, but it's chocolate and bacon. Well, Jamie, that's what I would do. You know, I can't wait. If it's nice, crispy bacon, I'm going to eat that damn bacon. I'm not going to worry about coating it in chocolate and all that other crap. I'm going to eat that damn bacon. So I like bacon. When it's crispy, I like bacon. And I like to just eat bacon. You know, I know the Filipinos like to eat pork belly, and bacon is pork belly. It just happens to be a whole lot thinner. You know, but I like me some bacon. And give me some bacon and cheese. Bacon, man, I like bacon. Bacon, bacon, bacon. When I go on cruise ships, in the mornings, what I eat on the cruise ships is fruit, because they usually have really good fruit on a cruise ship. I eat some cheese and bacon, and that's it. Cheese, bacon, and the fruit. That's my morning stuff. I don't worry about any other crap they got on the buffet on the cruise ships. I need some bacon. I need some fruit, maybe some berries, blackberries, raspberries, strawberries, watermelon, whatever they got. I got to get some good fruit. And then I go get the cheese from the cheese area. And I take the cheese and I put it on the bacon and I eat the bacon with the cheese on it. And that's all I do. I don't care about I don't need no eggs or pancakes. I don't even eat hash browns. When they got a big giant tray of bacon that I can just get a tong and throw a bunch of bacon on my plate, I don't need anything else. I already paid for it, so I'm going to eat that damn bacon. All right, friends, it's almost 11 o'clock here. I think it's time for me to wind this one down. I think we've been on a long time tonight. Been a great live stream. Of course, since all of you guys are what makes it great, not me. I may be the handsome one, but, you know, I don't make it great. But we appreciate Jamie and Pat and Tim and Gary and Dennis and the Croissant Brothers, everybody else that came in today, our good friend Nisha from India. So everybody that came in all through the night, appreciate you guys all. I'm trying to make sure I don't miss Scotty. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate you. Ken, I know you're somewhere up in there. We appreciate you. My dog hears me calling your names and saying I appreciate you. She knows it's time for me to get up, and I'll probably give her a little snack and go to bed and go in the bedroom. So when I started saying I appreciate you, I appreciate you, I appreciate you, she wakes up and comes in and is like, okay, I'm ready. I know that you're getting off the thing. It's kind of weird. She knows. Smart dog. Tim, take care. Miss Avocado, bye. Get some rest. Take care of yourself, young lady. Good night, Pat, everybody. Scotty, appreciate you all. We will see you guys later, maybe tomorrow. You never know. See, there's my dog. All right, see you guys. Have fun. Thank you all for the thumbs up.